We start at a ball, a night of festivities. Not grandiose by any means. It's specified invitations to individuals from the Archmage Yulin. He's well known. He's a specific Archmage from the Azure Sanctum.
Oh.
He's been in the trade for a long time and is currently one of the individuals who has taken responsibilities of charge while the leader's gone. A man known as Guk. He's been missing for quite some time now, and not wanting to give a specific individual full control, a group of 3 archmages essentially split the responsibility amongst themselves. And one of them is Archmage Ulick. He's invited individuals of interest to this ball to mingle and converse amongst each other and to find some sort of connection. Knowing people can benefit you much, especially in these continents or in these lands. Ulick, his mainstay, while the Azure Sanctum is in Stigheist, is in Paha. Obviously, mages easily can traverse amongst long distances with their teleportation circles. So, for the majority of the off time, Ulick spends his time at his manor, and then when he needs to go to the Azure Sanctum, he goes quite easily. This is the scene we're currently on right now. Is individuals walking as they're being let into the ball. One by one, they bring their invitation and they present it along with their names and a description of them, brief. The first individual you see is a half-orc mage, a woman. Her name is Agathar. She presents herself as the prodigy of the Archmage, someone learning under the Archmage Ulick. Next is the mayor of the town, Montgomery. A younger man set to be the mayor. He took responsibilities from his father, who had died recently, and has wanted to establish a connection with the Archmage, considering his abode is here within this town in Paha. Give me a second.
Montgomery.
Oh no, we'll have to figure out how to identify ourselves.
You want introductions?
What are our introductions?
Give yourself a real grandiose name that you've just made up. Like, prodigy of Archmage? Like, you're like, oh, God, hold on.
Well, I was thinking, does your character, like, have you decided on, like, a family name or type?
She's, her family name is Blackwater.
Okay.
And in my head, I think they're from, like, I decided in my head that they're from Inlia because the little tagline for Inlia is the throne of the gods, which I thought was quite fitting for someone who is very like devout. So do with that with what you will.
All right. Sorry about that. The next individual you see is an older woman of elven descent, half elven descent. Her name is Lady Gwendolyn. She's one of the higher nobles here who has had a pointed investment here in Reeton. And being a person of importance, she's been invited as well. The next individual you find yourself seeing is a tree bard, a redwood tree bard. A living treant, essentially, a smaller frame to them, not as large as the treants you might encounter out in the forest. They're a strange individual that live here in Reeton and has need a name for themselves. The unusual integration of such an individual into society. Treants usually don't try to converse with society or individuals in cities or towns. They live out in the forest on their own, often treated more as monsters as opposed to people. And last but not least, Judikar Wargreaves, an honorable blue dragonborn. He's a magistrate who is the arbiter of the local law. Then, presenting forward three other individuals. Whoever wants to present themselves first.
Okay. So I guess if we're sat in like head of the stepping in first, I guess, is Morrigan Blackwater. She's a human. I envision her as like is a princess, probably reasonably well known as such. The one thing that you would very much know about her is she's very devout to her goddess. She is very put together, wearing a very simple dress that sparkles with any sort of light that hits it. It has like a refraction almost to it. And she's very she's very fancy. That's a picture for you, so you know what she looks like.
Following after, I suppose, would be Net Plainsmile, a centaur, and she's carries herself in a soldier's formal fashion. She's got her halberd on her side, and her armor is decently she's polished her armor for this. All the clean stuff that you'd expect. Tending a ball in a fucking suit of armor.
Of course.
She is she is also the personal guard to the princess. So
You to keep me safe.
Yeah.
And then, I guess following behind, um, little timid, looks a little out of her depth, is Dalia Sorn. Um, she's a wizard. Let me. I have pictures for one. She is honestly, actually, she'd probably be right, be sitting on top of Owen's character if allowed, or flying right above.
Mhm.
Because she is a fairy. She's wearing a nice, like, dress fit for a ball. There is an ink stain at the bottom, though. She tries. And she just is carrying this quarterstaff. Um, she's carrying this, like, quarterstaff looking thing and this big, like, book. Like, she has a book in one arm and then this staff, like, attached to her hip going behind her.
All right. As you all enter with your invitations, you're allowed access within the ball. Like I said, it's not a ton of people that have been invited, just very specific individuals of interest. The only other individuals that you see within here who have not been named would be Bendel the butler, who's attending to people as best as he can. Even it even seems like the lesser help are not attending currently. Um, Bendel, being a trusted servant of the Archmage, has been appointed sole work for today, since the group of individuals isn't vastly large. And sticking their head out of the kitchen every so now and then is Chef Shur, a dwarven man who looks out, kind of scoping out the individuals that are currently in the ball, and pokes his head back in. First, you get an announcement as Bendel kind of claps his hands and says, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the ball. Archmage Ulick is preparing himself currently within his quarters. I've been told to go and uh, get him whenever everyone has joined the ball for him to present himself. Um, so, all of you, please don't hesitate to mingle amongst each other. Food should be served at some point soon, and I will go and fetch Master Ulick. Enjoy yourselves. This is a night of splendor as well as conversation and perhaps new friends gathered and made here today." And he kind of bows and walks away towards a door to the right of the ballroom.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I kind of expected there to be a little few more people here.
Not exactly the highest amount of. It, there's a low amount of guests than expected.
I know it was exclusive, but sort of feels, I don't know, a bit too exclusive. Like, it feels like if I talk too much, my voice is going to echo across the walls or something like that.
Decorations in the ceiling might help against that.
That's true. Who should we? Who should we? Should we? I mean,
Suppose we could suppose we could mingle.
Is there anyone that seems particularly interested in speaking to anyone? Like anyone who's sort of like looking around as if they're like waiting on someone to talk to them?
There seems to be people that have already kind of grouped since they know each other.
Oh no! That's the worst type of party.
Mayor Montgomery is speaking to the Judicer Wargreaves, since they pretty much work hand in hand. One being the law, and the other one being the mayor of the town. Lady Gwendolyn seems like she's being spoken to by the bard,
Mm-hmm.
and she's kind of here and there, whether or not she's paying attention. She's an older, a much older half elf.
Mhm. How's Agatha? Agatha? The prodigy of what's his face? Ulick. I think I kind of glance at Dalia for a second and then kind of indicate it like wherever Agatha is placed currently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, that was Cersei for a second. I'm sorry. I mean, he could be someone worth speaking to if you were interested in learning some more about the magic arts.
Agatha could prove a decent talking partner.
You do notice one other individual, someone who's taken the place currently of Bendel, since he's went to go get Archmage Ulick, handing out foods and baked goods. A smaller rabbit folk. I forgot what the name is for the race.
Herringon, I think.
Yes. As the individual kind of steps forward towards you to hand you something to pick out of the tray, if they want to present themselves.
Second. So, can I have you guys' names again? Your characters' names?
Yeah. My character's name is Morrigan Blackwater.
Net for mine.
Dalia Sorn.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. The small rabbit begins handing you guys plates with cookies and cakes. She almost hands it to you with her hand shaking and looks around the room nervously. Isn't it kind of weird that they ordered so much catering for such a small group of people?
We were just saying that. We thought it was. Do you work here all the time? Is it normally like this?
No, I got an invitation, but they also told me that I was supposed to fill in for the catering. And of course, I've never been invited for such an event so big. So of course I took it. It's good for the business.
That is true. I imagine Archmaid Ulick probably has quite a lot of money to be to be passing out. Yes, Ned?
Sorry, no, you can go ahead.
I was just going to ask your name, if that's all right.
My name is Vivian. And yours?
I'm Morrigan. It's lovely to meet you. And she kind of holds her hand out in
You
sort of
too.
like a I can't think of the word, like when you're like kind of just dangling your hand to like let someone take it sort of gently and in a nod.
The rabbit extends her hand out shakenly. She hesitates for a second, but decides to take her hand and shake it. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, yeah. Net is gonna crouch down with the front front two front two legs to bend down and also offer her hand out to for a handshake. It's it's a pleasure meeting you here, Bibian.
Pleasure to meet you too. She shakes her hand.
No, this is certainly strange. Not normally balls and galas here. The I immediately forgot the word I was looking for. The amount of people that join these usually usually in the dozens, not single digits.
It is quite strange. I was asked to cater for over 20 people.
Do a quick head count of the room. I'm like, oh, that's I mean,
Less.
Do you,
hopefully you still get paid for the amount that they expected you to cater for.
Very true. Guess I should keep my hopes up that there's nothing weird going around here.
I doubt Yula could have anything nefarious planned.
do you think maybe they'd be coming later?
They're probably just fashionably late.
That's true.
You then hear someone kind of chime in as they close in a little bit. It's the bard, Stradivan. He's been walking around, making his ways, kind of tuning his lute as he overhears your conversation. Well, honestly, I heard that it was supposed to be a larger group of individuals, but for some reason it's been shrunken down last minute to more important people. At least that's what I've been told. Um, which, sorry, names is Stradivan. I am a very notorious bard around here. A strange individual. A treant is, first off, not common to see within civilization. But at that, a much smaller, frail looking treant, not much taller than 6 feet tall, which for an individual is somewhat formidable height. But for a treant is tiny, really. But yeah, you look. I don't know why he cut down the size of the guests so much, but oh well. I mean, more hors d'oeuvres and stuff for the rest of us. Uh, I feel quite strange performing for such a small amount of individuals. Though I do hear the individual who's assisted with most of the planning was his protege. Uh, so perhaps maybe she knows something about why everything was last minute minimized.
So you were also you're paid to be here as well. Is that correct, or did you get invited to play and you are also getting paid?
I got invited to play. Well, I got asked to play. I got invited as a guest.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of offered. It's my thing. It was quite last minute, though, the invitation.
No, it's funny you say that. I was also invited very last minute. By last minute, I mean this morning. So I had to rush all day with my workers. It's a miracle we made it here on time at all.
That does raise the concern that something may have happened in the kingdom. Hopefully nothing too drastic.
That's
I mean-
quite odd, yeah.
Whenever we were, well, as you both know, whenever we do any sort of ball or party at our place, the food and the entertainment is probably one of the first things you think of. Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't pay it much mind. Just chiming in is all. I will be on my way. You enjoy the rest of the ball. I should be performing at any point after Ulick arrives. It seems to be taking him a minute, but I just walk because you all seem less boring than Montgomery over there and Gwendolyn and the Judicature. But enjoy yourselves. And he kind of strums off, still tuning his lute.
Goodbye.
I have a feeling that he's playing that just for the sake of playing it. Doubt he actually needs to tune the thing.
I mean, I would
Just-
too. It's kind of empty here.
It kind of is. Maybe we should ask Agatha why it's so quiet. You can see she was trying to reach for a different word that was probably a bit more offensive, but landed on quiet.
Couldn't hurt to ask.
I give a little nudge to Dalia, specifically by the book that she's carrying, to be like, that's a good intro into a conversation.
It's like trying to introduce a kid to a group of
Yeah.
other kids.
Talk to the kids, honey.
Dalia was promised a very interesting party, and now we're at the quietest, smallest ball ever.
This is an introvert's worst nightmare.
There are literally five other people invited here.
Yeah. Dalia's like, I cannot do this.
There's actually eight including the staff, but
Oh.
We can go together.
You know how you said no. You told me no raccoon to the event.
No, right.
Unfortunately, I have detected a
Before you can finish your sentence, Dalia reaches into your bag and pulls out her raccoon.
You
Dalia
Hey.
has a familiar, find familiar, and it's a raccoon.
do we know the raccoon's name? Because we know we hung out with Dalia a lot.
Yeah, this is Puddle.
Pedal?
Puddle. P-U-D.
Puddle.
Like a puddle of water.
I'm obsessed. As soon as that raccoon is pulled out, but just like, not necessarily grief appears on her face, but she's just very exasperated, just lets out a, oh, good, Puddle's here. Hello, Puddle.
I may have brought Puddle.
It would have been difficult to stop Puddles accompanying us, but managed to sneak along anyways.
And then, as you're about to finish that sentence, conversation is cut off. A large bang is heard as the doors fling open from the right end of the ballroom. You see the butler, Bendel, run in, sweating, panicked. He looks around. Anyone? Please, the Archmage, Ulick, he's been murdered.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. All right.
Oh god. Wait, hold. I guess immediately cleric instincts are kicking in, and she sort of is like, sort of flustered and bit like, okay, well, I heal, but I don't normally heal on a dime. I'm normally summoned nicely, and sort of very flustered looks at the group she's with, her friends, and is then like, okay, and just sort of picks her dress up and wanders over to this very distraught man.
Dalia follows with Puddle.
Net also follows, halberd in hand, due to grabbing it out of reaction due to the very loud entrance.
Please, if you can help, maybe he can still be saved. He's in his room. As you guys are also kind of approaching, the rest of the individuals here have seemed to have gathered interest of what's happening, especially people like Mayor Montgomery and the Judicaire. Wargreaves speaks up, the Blue Dragonborn. What is the meaning of this? Murdered? Under our noses? And the mayor speaks up as well. Oh, if this is one of your games, I know Ulick likes to play his tricks. I will be quite upset. Entertained, but quite upset. Especially Wargreaves here. He gets up on a fuss for any sort of crime that happens.
You two are having a very interesting reaction to hearing about a murder. I will say that.
Well, Ulick has been known to prank individuals like us who are close friends with him. Bendel, are you serious? And as he says that, Agathar, who's kind of walked in ahead, walks back with a pale look to her face. Ulick's dead. We cut into Ulick's room. The confirmation, at least for the rest, from someone who's known to not really be a joker of any sort. While Ulick is a bit more, how do I say, whimsical and comedic to his views on magic. For the people that know him. Agathar is his opposite. A protege learning under Ulick, who takes things a lot more seriously. She usually does because, well, to keep him in line, she needs to be the firm hand. And you all stand here in circle, a large room of Archmage Ulick. Beautiful. So fantastical. Just dioramas and stuffed creatures and dissected monster parts on the walls, things of interest for a mage. On the bed, almost sliding off, not off of the bed from getting up, but more of attempting to climb onto the bed, is Ulick. Blood ran across the ground, laying face forward still, untouched. The only thing on him besides his clothes and the obvious bleeding is a singular shard of metal stuck straight into his back. I found him like this. I came to awaken Ulick, and he wasn't answering. Usually I don't like to barge in on the master. I just wait a few minutes and continue by knocking to see if he would awaken. But after the fifth knock, something was suspicious, and I walked into the room, and all I found was Ulick like this. Agathar speaks up. This is strange. Even if someone were to come in and attempt assassination on Ulick, he has a veil of protection over himself, a high magic. No measly minor weaponry can do anything of the sorts to bypass such protections. The Judicar Wargreaves steps forward and looks at the scene. All right. And he kind of turns around to the rest of you and not pulls his blade completely out, but slightly unsheaths it. Everyone here is not leaving this room. Except for you, Bendel. Go get the chef. He's the only other individual here that's not currently in the room. There's as we've been told, there's a small amount of staff here. The rest of you and the chef and Butler Bendel, Agathar, the small little bakery bunny, and Gwendolyn, Stravon, me, and the rest of you folk who were invited. Someone here had to have murdered Ulick. Either that or the individual who's entered, uninvited, into a wizard's manor, a place that's naturally protected to those who don't belong. Agathar speaks up. He's not wrong. The only people who were able to access the manor are those who've been formally invited by Ulick. There's a, how do I say, a rune in your invitation that allows you access within the manor without the natural magical protections leaving you out. Which means whoever did this had to be someone that was either already inside or is amongst the invitees. Agathar, Mayor Montgomery speaks up. Agathar, I need you to lock the place down. Use whatever needs of magic you have, just in case the individual who is not amongst us, if there's someone else hiding here, isn't able to escape. And Agathar kind of says, okay, I'll be back soon. I'll put the ward over so that even those with the room cannot leave, for now, at least. And Bendel has already left to go get the chef. So you're left in the room right now with the dead body of Ulick, the little bunny girl, Mayor Montgomery, Lady Gwendolyn, Stavon, the bard, and Wargreaves Judica.
Does it look like I know that they said, or like from the description, he had a sharp implement in his back. Does
Yes,
that look
there-
like that's how he died though? Like, you know, does it look planted? Or I guess can I get closer to the body to look?
Do you attempt to get closer to the body to look?
Yeah, I think I think she thinks her reputation precedes herself. So I think she thinks, well, he knows I'm a cleric, which is probably not the case, but she believes it.
Judica looks at you, and everyone here somewhat knows you guys. Loosely, you are all known. The Wargreaves looks at you and he says, "Just don't tamper too much with the body. I do know you're a cleric, and see what you can do. But this is our only means of evidence."
I guess just from the position that he's in, so I'm not touching it because I don't want to get told off. Are there any signs of, or any sort of implications to me that the knife or the sharp implement is not what killed him?
Make an investigation check.
Also, I do want to ask: is it like straight up a knife, or is it like just a shard of metal?
From what you can visually see, it looks like a shard. It almost looks like a broken piece off of something that was much larger. You can tell because there's a bladed end on one side. The part that was stabbed within the body is what seems to be one of the halves, or one of the points, and the other side of where the bladed end is just broken metal. That being said, from initial viewing, the metals, how do I say, quality seems very high. It doesn't seem like it's an everyday piece or shard of metallic. Sorry, I'm grabbing Loki over here, trying to mess with the wires. It doesn't seem like an everyday piece of metallic shard. It seems like whatever metal piece is stuck within the archmage is of higher quality.
Can I bargain for a medicine check instead of an insight?
If you're, it was investigation, but if you're just trying to see the effect the wound would have had on the body and all kinds of things like that, then you're sure medicine would be fine.
I just want to know if that killed him.
You get different information depending on the
No.
check.
It wasn't good. It doesn't matter.
From what you get, not being able to touch very much and just looking, the blade is definitely embedded. It seems like any signs of a plant seems unlikely. The only reason why is because the wound is clearly there. The blood is fresh from the wound, and all the blood that's currently trailed down from the wound seems to have come from that same source.
I mean, I kind of, I look up at, you know, the people who know me very well, my friends. I could just kind of stands back up and sort of steps in between them and could be like, I could just talk to him. Because you guys know that she can speak to dead people.
You hear the mayor kind of speak up. Oh, well. I mean, you are a cleric. Well, it seems very crude. I'm not necessarily against it. Ulick is a man of magic. Was, I guess, a man of magic. So I don't think he would be very offended.
Does he not would he not have enough wealth for it to be reasonable to cast out a spell of resurrection on him?
Well,
We could send for healers.
that's true. I mean, within my magical capability, he's probably been dead for far too long. Just standing here alone, he's been dead for far too long. But that's true. If you can pay for it. Well, if you can pay for it.
You saw the ballroom.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
The only problem is that we're locked in here for now.
No, of course we are. That's true.
And there is still the fact that he did die for a reason, so need to find the murderer.
I mean,
if we talk to him, he could just tell us.
Yeah.
yeah. He'd tell us what he knew. If his back was turned, he probably wouldn't know, but he might be able to tell us something about what he heard or something like that.
The mayor turns over and looks to the Judica Wargreaves. Well, Judica, what is your opinion on this? You are the man of the law, and I'm not going to. I may be the mayor, but I'm not going to take away your ability to say no, since technically this form of magic that we're using is more frowned upon around here. And the Wargreave says, at the very least, wait for everyone to come back. And then we will speak amongst each other and see if this is the proper next step we should take.
It's speaking with one of the witnesses.
It's necromancy.
It's talking to a spirit. We're not animating and raising his body. We're just speaking with him. That is it.
For the first time, you hear the elderly lady, Gwendolyn, speak up. Oh, don't try to convince him. He's such a stuffy man. He has such a black and white view of good and evil. It's necromantic magic, even loosely. He won't see it for good.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I can't actually raise the dead. So.
You hear Stravon, the Redwood Treant bard, speak up. If it matters to anyone, I think that is actually the best plan we can do. Why not speak to the murdered himself? I mean, really, we can just find out clues or who exactly, maybe, perhaps it was from then, and then boop, boop, gone. We're done. We can all get out of here and mourn Mr. Ulick's death. Unfortunate. Or perhaps be told there's some sort of ways and means to resurrect him. Maybe Ulick has something hidden around here that only he knows about.
I will ask, why would you either of you, Net says to Judiker and Montgomery, why would you either of you have this sort of opinion on speaking to the man?
Montgomery speaks up. I don't have an issue with you speaking to the man. In fact, I honestly think this is the best and more direct way to do the thing. It's not me. It's Wargreaves. He, like Gwendolyn said, he has a very black and white view on good and evil and magics of the sort.
The shaking rabbit finally speaks up, breaking her own silence. Well, the way I see it is, if you didn't do it, you wouldn't be the one denying that we do this. That's all I'm saying. We could just get this over with quickly. If it weren't for that one naysayer, suspicious.
I can understand the reasons. Less about the outcome, more about the way to it. I can see the reasoning.
Speaking about it, just as Vivian says, it's suspicious. Does anyone look like at the rather than it being kind of like horrified at the general use of magic? Does anyone look nervous? Like they're like, oh, if they speak to him, they might know that I killed him.
Well, you can either make a perception check or you can make an insight check.
I'll do insight. Better. Where is insight? There it is. Sorry, I lost it.
21 is real good. You look around the room and kind of, as everyone's speaking, give a viewing into people's body language and the way they speak, whether or not there's nervousness or any of the sort. There's a tenseness to the room, absolutely. While everyone here is, well, most people here, especially those of authority, have been speaking less scared or less surprised and more keeping calm. There's still a tense sensation in the room. But you don't get a sign of nervousness from the individuals amongst here. Sure, the rabbit shakes here and there, but it's not more of nervousness, more of just general anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's bizarre. Some people do seem a lot looser than you would expect, a lot less concerned for the current situation. The bard, perhaps, is one of them who speaks still with his mannerisms and has this nonchalant manner to them. Lady Gwendolyn as well. Kind of a, oh no, now I'm stuck here, bored look to her. Mayor Montgomery seems the most calm, but at the same time, there is a stern look in his face. He's trying to not be as heavy-handed as Wargreaves is, but he is trying to also, similarly to you, look around to the individuals in the room and see what their body language says.
We make awkward eye contact at one point. And we're like, oh, shit.
All right, look. Wargreaves speaks up. Look, all right, I agree that perhaps this is the fastest manner to do, and I don't necessarily agree in the form we're doing it. But at the very least, we can wait till Bendel comes back and Agathar, since they were the closest to them. It'd be strange to start messing around with Ulick's spirit or body, however means this magic gives you, without at least them present.
I mean,
Do we all at least agree on that?
Speaking with everyone in attendance would at least make it easier to to collaborate with each other and the chef facts.
I mean, the spell's not going anywhere. It doesn't actually have a restriction on how long they've been dead for, so.
It also has the restriction of questions being asked to them, correct?
Yes, 5 questions. It's usually quite specific too. So, like, do you know how you died? Is like a yes or no question. And he also doesn't have to tell us the truth. But you know, I suppose if you were murdered, I don't think you would not want to tell the truth.
All right. Then we shall wait, says Montgomery. And 5 minutes pass. And with that, yes?
With that, the 5 minutes passing, could I do a perception check on the room around us to see, like, if the piece of metal stuck into Ulick's back, did it come from something in this room?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Nat 20.
Yeah.
20.
Oh, actually, I've guidance on. Okay.
So, you look at the piece of metal and you observe its details, the very small amount that's still left on it, since it's just a shard mostly. It's a quite large shard though, one that you can kind of hold with your hand, bigger than your palm. And you look around, and the things Ulick has are interesting. I've explained some of the things before, but other things, the stones encased in glass of peculiar design, a bottle holding a strange whitish liquid within it, but nothing matches. And that's when you look back and think, there's something peculiar with this shard. It's definitely looks like, especially with you who holds a blade at your hand, it's definitely from a blade, a broken piece off of some sort of weapon. It's the runes that are left on it. Not complete, but still there. Runes on this shard, implying perhaps some sort of arcane origin to whatever it originally was a part of. It has a clear definition to where the blade starts and the rest of the more flat end of the blade, metal, begins as well. The runes kind of come across that flat end, and the bend and point of the other side sticking out gives off a strange tip, not one broken like the rest of the knife, but this seems to be like the front tip of a blade. Partly.
So
Just...
the piece of the part that's sticking, the part that is sticking out of him is like the front half of the blade.
Yeah, which is strange. He was not stabbed with the front half of the blade. He was stabbed with perhaps the broken shard end of it. You do notice one more thing. A flicker. A flicker of what seems to be like residual magical energy still left within this shard. And with that, the 5 minutes pass. And in come back Bendel the butler, Agathar, and the quite stout, rough looking chef chair. All right, what is it that you... Oh. Oh shit, but I'm out of a job now.
So far, the most reasonable reaction.
Ah, shit.
Honestly.
All right, everyone's here. Montgomery, can you please explain to the rest of them what we're planning to do? Montgomery turns around. Yes. We were going to do it. We just wanted you here, and maybe perhaps if you have some objection, you could let us know, Agathar. But we wanted to attempt, well, not us, but the miss over here, attempt to speak with Dead. Perhaps Ulick can let us know what exactly happened here, or at least some sort of hint of what happened here. Now that everyone's here. It's a sound plan, in my opinion. And I do think it's the best way to get some information. Bendel kind of, at the idea, pulls back a little bit, but then thinks to himself, I mean, if there's no other way.
Bendel.
Cher is just like, it's simple's best for me, honestly. If that's the way we're going to get some information. And Agathar stares for a second at Ulick there, lying, and thinks, deep in thought, I would not be one to go against magical means of finding this. I think that would be very hypocritical of me. It does feel wrong to me to mess with. I know it's perhaps not like that, but the magics we study, the arcane, a bit different. We've never really tampered with things like that. But if you're not, as long as you don't do nothing to him, please, go ahead.
Before we commit with it, we should come up with a list of questions that we ask the man.
With that, you hear Stravon, like, he lays back, he's like stringing some of his the lute.
His lute.
Yeah. You know, picking at the
Chords.
The chords. Brain. And he chimes in here and there. You know, like I said, he still has this very jaunty nature to him, and he chimes in to say a thing or two. And he immediately at the hearing of we should plan the questions to ask, he goes, how about we ask him what kind of outfit they were wearing? Because, you know, if it was something like not fashionable, that we can immediately tell who it is. And then you hear Wargreaves kind of, yeah.
Could tell if it was an outsider.
It also feels kind of targeted.
Yeah, Wargreaves speaks up. That doesn't sound helpful at all. The outfit thing, sure, but why does it matter whether it's fashionable or not? I don't know. It'd be funny.
Well,
I love him.
I guess it's also subjective, though, technically. If you ask someone if they think something's fashionable or not.
The invite did state bring fanciest pieces of apparel, and if it was baseline and stating it at the bare baseline, Net says, giving a strong look to the bard. I would argue that a possible assassin would not fit the requirements that would have been set. So the question could be considered.
We could also just ask him, what's the name of the person who killed you?
That's in line with does he know who killed him?
You tend to stay clear of anything that can have an immediate no to it. So such things as, what was their name? They could say, I don't know their name. You know? So you sort of are trying to, things like, what did you see? What did you hear? what did you smell, like just prior to your death, some tends to get a bit more of a, and then once you've got those bits down, if you have some spare questions, those tend to be good options. Like, what were they wearing? Did you know them? What was their name? That sort of thing.
This whole time while you're explaining that, Dalia has her book open and is like writing down, like taking note of the spell's properties, of the spell and stuff.
What if we ask if he invited anyone that he has had a long-standing feud with?
Yes. Mm.
And not to sound as accusatory, I feel that could honestly apply to anyone that was invited.
And if you
Invite me. I mean, I would say I don't have any sort of antagonistic relationship with him, but
Doesn't
maybe he
mean
just didn't like me. Maybe he hates us all.
your possible political influence could lead to some mild disdain or a possible desire for chance of influence, but the rest of you lot have a much stronger connection with him, and thus have a much higher likelihood to be a possible suspect. But again, not wanting to point any fingers, there is still always the chance that there was an assassin at the scene of the crime here.
How about something that my normal go-to questions are: what did you see moments before your death, and what did you hear moments before your death? Those are my two go-to questions for someone who died. I like the idea of any antagonistic relationships among the people you invited. I like that. That's a good question. I do want to try and work in something about who they were. Maybe if they said, what did you see, and they describe someone, we could then ask them what was their name if they say yes to seeing something.
I feel leaving leaving the fifth and final question to adaptation adaptation based on the answers we receive would probably be better than trying to stick to a script.
That's true. I mean, once the spell is going, I am unable to phrase any questions unless I'm asking it. You can all phrase questions as it's going. The spell only responds to what I'm saying, so I just have to like nod or shake my head or not say anything in question form that could count as a question for the individual. So you can ad lib as we go if you think of something more important to something that he said.
All right, that is good information to have. That we cannot negatively influence this. It has been a while since I've been a part of one of these, thankfully.
Well, usually we try to keep people alive prior to this. Okay. So we just go with those three questions and then ad lib as we go? It's a good starting point.
sounds good to me.
Actually, before we start, on with the in rel like, sorry, is it, does it look like the Ulik was like the position of where his body currently is? Is there any like major disturbances that could lead to the question of was he anywhere else before he was stabbed?
From your initial perception check, no. It does seem like Ulick's stabbing there's no signs of Ulick being moved. The big identifier is the blood coming down from his wound, and coming straight down from the outfit he's wearing onto the ground, exactly where it is.
Okay.
Is
Bendel,
Yes.
does Oleg have any teleportation circles or teleportation spells linked to his room?
Um, as far as I know, Ulick did not have anything that like linked directly to his room. But even Ulick kept his secrets to himself. So it's a possibility. The main teleportation circle that he uses, it is within the basement or his laboratory.
All right. And Bendel, the the shard of metal in Oleg's back, it looks to be it looks like it's a part of a sword. It looks to be a broken off part of a sword. Would and clearly Oleg is a collector of not of artifacts. Could you possibly recognize the blade, or at least the part of the blade that is there?
Actually, Ulick does have a list of the items he has in his collection. And Bendel, if I may, he kind of steps over to one of the tables Ulick has. A place that seems to be used mostly for scrolls and things. He opens one of the drawers and pulls out what looks like a small journal. At the front, scribbled onto the small journal, says inventory collection, and that one specifically says monster parts. And then he like puts it back and he starts moving around to the small journals. Here we go. Ulick's armaments. He's drawn details on here, and he hands it over, as well as the names and the things that those armaments do. Perhaps you can align the shard with one of them. If it was Ulick's, it's quite possible it's not something he has or is his.
Well, the fact that it was broken off leads to me inferring that it may have been an improvised weapon, though ignoring the fact that it was from a sword, like it was from a bladed weapon. Dalia, could you would have while Dalia while
I can.
while while Morrigan speaks with the man, could you investigate the blade?
I can either, if it's magic, I can either figure out a vague idea of what the magic is, or I'd have to touch it and I can identify it. So, unless you, so if you guys don't mind me yanking that thing out.
I do not believe. Does your does your magic require ex- the removal does it require the removal of the object, or or
No,
do you simply have to have a hand in contact with it?
I don't have to remove it. It feels a little weird to just be touching this dead guy and identifying while he's talking. Like,
I mean, he doesn't have to be talking at the same time. You're more than welcome to have a little peruse if you would like. That feels weird to say about a dead man. Sorry, I'm not normally around evil.
I mean, yeah, if you guys don't mind weighing a spell.
By all means.
Especially if that's especially if that's how long it will take.
Um, she does have the identify like ritual, which I think is 10 minutes, right? Doesn't say
Mhm.
exactly,
Mhm.
but yeah.
Mhm.
But if nobody protests, she's putting down the raccoon first.
Puddles.
She's gonna and instructing the puddles to stay away from the dead body. And then
I pet Puddles.
and she's just gonna kind
I
of.
I,
Hmm?
I feel like Net would be used to having puddles on her back.
um. Then she's just gonna fly over, kind of. Uh. Is there blood like all pooled around him, or is it just kind of?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay, so if she stands by his body, she's gonna be standing in blood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
you would be.
Alright, cool. I didn't.
All right.
Dalia didn't like these shoes anyway. It's fine.
Fantastic.
That's great.
There's enough ink stains on them.
Dahlia's gonna grimace and then just kind of stand, like settled out, like land in the pool of blood. She's kind of like shaking her head, like, "Gods, I hate what I do with for magic." And then she's just gonna kind of put her hand on the metal object and start casting Identify.
All right, we have 10 minutes to spare. Mayor Montgomery goes, if you're not going to look through that book, do you mind if I peek at it?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh. And he starts looking through the book. Anything you guys want to do within these 10 minutes, or do you want to cut to the identification?
Just keeping an eye on everyone.
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah,
the
same
murderer
here.
is in the room with us.
I would not be surprised. Or it could just be a really weird suicide.
It's actually just me. I killed him.
So, a general imagery of everyone during this time. Bendel is as nervous as ever. It's almost, it's not a nervousness of like what you would expect. Uh, uh, it's a self defense of the current grief that he's feeling for his master, who has been currently
Oh, Bendel.
um especially considering how old Mendel is. He's probably been with his master since he was young.
Aw.
Oh.
Agathar is like stuck in disbelief almost. She's not really unlocked her eyes from looking at Ulick's body. The chef is, you can hear him muttering to himself, and he's going, "Oh man, no one's gonna really pay me as good as Ulick did. It was quite generous, quite honestly. They're gonna just stick me with the rest of the goddamn dwarves."
Yeah. He's got his priorities straight.
I trust him.
Mayor Montgomery is looking through the armament book. Lady Gwendolyn is bored out of her mind. She's an old lady. She's laid down. She's kind of messing with things, but like not looking into drawers. She's just messing whatever is within her hands, grasp. Stradivon is just playing his lute, and he's looking around, and he seems entertained. He seems like he's enjoying himself, regardless of whether or not the situation is dire or concerning. Today was actually much more fun than he expected it to be.
I trust him.
Why do I feel like this is happy in disguise?
That is so funny. That would be hilarious.
I trust him.
I love it.
Wargreaves has a stern look to him, and he's just looking around at everyone. But he's keeping quite his eyes on you currently, who is identifying, since you're close to the body, and he doesn't want any tampering to be done with it. And with that, the 10 minutes are done.
Can I say
And
that
you.
Puddles was poking around the room?
Yeah.
Doing raccoon things.
Doing raccoon things.
Every now and again, you're like, "Oh, stop it," and he's got like a sock in his mouth.
Yeah. Puddles climbs into a drawer.
And your identification comes back to you. You get nothing.
I
Oh.
knew you were gonna say that. I knew it.
This is not something you've encountered at all. Something like identify failing you, a magic that's supposed to be in tune with the knowledge by the god who's created magic themselves. Any magical artifact created within this realm, within the realms adjacent, within just this time itself, any of the sorts, if it's known by something, identify can identify it. It could not identify the shard.
Oh.
As soon as the spell ends and Dalia realizes that she's got nothing, she yanks her hand off and just throws her hands up. Like, are you... Okay. Okay. Sure. I don't know. There's nothing.
What do you mean?
Is-
Alright.
There is nothing. This does not happen. If this is a magical item, it should give me anything. And there's nothing. There's less than nothing. At least if it was a mundane object, I'd know it's a mundane object. But there's... I feel insulted. I don't know
Is
what
there
this
any?
is. I don't know anything about it. And frankly, that upsets me.
There are runes on the thing.
Yes?
Can you read them?
um...
Decipher the meaning of any kind?
Can I try and look at the runes and see if I recognize anything?
You know runic?
I don't. But I know arcane stuff. So could I kind of
Make
match
an
it?
arcana check to see if you can identify any similarities through runes.
Can I give her the help action?
Sure, why not?
Because I'm proficient in it. You get to roll again.
Okay.
See if you get higher.
22.
22. Clearly, these rooms were a part of a much larger set of runes. What you do get from the 2, 3, a half of a fourth rune that's stuck on this shard is the runic symbol for dispel, a runic symbol for activation, and a half a runic symbol that you can't necessarily identify from just the half.
Well, the rune, there's dispel, there's activate, and I don't know what the third one is. But dispel and activate are interesting combo. Fascinating to put on a weapon. Dispel, you see. Activate, you see. Together?
You're not wrong.
While she's saying this, she has her book out and is like copying the runes into it, and like making notes next to them. She's a sight. She's standing in
This-
the blood, writing in her book, staring at a dead body.
The spell part of it that you Agatha, you said that he would have had a sh- a magical shield on him at all at almost he would have had a magical shield on himself.
She kind of zones back in, and like breaks field of vision with Ulick's body. Yeah, yes. Ulick was no fool. He taught me to always have some sort of ward over yourself, just in case, especially if you're someone of notoriety. There's always someone out to get you. Ulick specified in wards. It was his trait of magic, force fields, protections. I don't know anyone who's better than him at it.
That's concerning that they got through. You find anything in Montgomery?
It's funny that you just say that. Though I've been ruffling around through here, and you know, there are armaments. Anything that doesn't identify with any blade at all, I've skipped completely. And I couldn't find anything at the beginning until I reached the back half of the book to lost armaments. Armaments in the description that Yolik has written, I assume. Armaments that have been lost or stolen from from my armory. One of them here says lost and retrieved. It has a note from Ulick that says, did not fully retrieve this armament, but a part of it I shall search and seek out the rest of the parts, and perhaps with my companions at the Azure Sanctum, find a ways to restore this armament. It was something I hold dear to myself and have found to be quite unique. I wasn't able to identify this armament when I first found it through magical means. It seems to be outside of our field of magic, but I was able to figure out its capabilities. And he has a quite detailed drawing here, as well as the name he's given it. And he turns the book around to show you the drawing. Before you is what looks like to be something akin to the size of a short sword's length. The blade is quite thick on one end, and it has this other end that sticks out, that's thinner but still flat. From its visual, it seems to be more of a treated in this in between of dagger and short sword. Let me see here. So I can give you an image of the weapon.
Ooh.
I will say I just love the image of all of this going on, like the investigation, everyone's standing around milling about, and then there's just a fucking half horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just there's a horse.
I really chose one of the races ever to participate in a murder mystery.
You're quite literally the elephant in the room, yeah.
I would have gone with a Loxodon then.
I'm going to explain first before I show you the image.
Mhm.
So he reads as he shows the weapon. The description of this armament says that it has the capabilities to bypass protective fields of most sorts, and that he's found it quite effective against most things, if not everything, he's been able to use. And here in his notes, he's deemed it the Mage Slayer.
Oh.
You're shown
Oh no.
this blade, this halfway between knife and short sword. A strange, intricate design to it. The runes on it align in design, but there's something the matter. Ulick wrote in his notes that the weapon was incomplete the moment he found it. From its broken shard, he surmised that the other side of the blade was also supposed to have a protruding bladed section. It was supposed to be a trident shape. He said it was stolen one day from his armaments, and then an individual who he's paid to search for it was only able to return a shard found within the current ruins. Well, I say ruins, but it's only been a few days since it happened. Eden and the issue that they've had. He said for some strange reason, when Eden opened up, they found a shard there amongst the rubble. That's all it has here for it. It was the last note he wrote on it.
Okay then.
So it had the power to essentially bypass any sort of magic that Ulrich might have had on him.
Perhaps. The other end seems to share runes with this one, and you said one of them says, yeah, he shows the picture, and you, Vel, see it very well now, the runes that are placed upon the blade, which would mirror the shard, the smaller blade on the right end. You do see the rune for dispel, the rune for activate, a rune for counter.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That's the blade in the body. Was there dispel, activate, and counter?
Counter.
Yeah. Be one. Hell of a blade for a wizard to be up against. Anything you do can just knock it away.
Oh my fucking god, that's what it.
Yeah, you saw my
It
rambles.
just hits you, Owen.
Did you just
just
now
like-
hit you?
I know that, but just seeing the runes and like the fact that and just I know that Toru's weapon is a mage slayer. He is a mage slayer. I know all
Yeah.
that. It's just the fact that like it's it is a bit more it's a bit extra that the fact that Toru's weapon, it like I thought that like Toru's like Mage Slayer feat thing was like
Oh, like part
his
of him.
yeah like his training, not directly linked to his weapon.
A bit of both.
Like that's what like I just thought he was I just thought like like anti-wizard training.
Mm.
outside of game, since there would be no situation where you would find any of this out. You've already spoken to Toru's spirit. Toru's training was how to deal with wizards. A weapon is a weapon, but you as a wielder need to know how to be able to deal with the individual or thing you're hunting. That was his training. Knowing the mind of a wizard, knowing how to deal with them, knowing the best ways to be able to counteract them, and that's specified per the wizard he was hunting. All wizards are not the same. Toru's weapon is an armament. It is a notoriously legendary weapon. One of the Longinus weapons, known as the Heaven's Blade. It is specified, and granted, you've only seen it like this from your other characters, the two prongs, not with the third prong. So it's not even complete, and it's not at its full power, and it's just why it's not a weapon that is using. But even then, with the abilities that it was able to do, it is a weapon that's basically the anti-magic weapon. The anti.
It was deadly as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought he always just like recognized the movements of a spell and just chucked his knife at him.
That's
I like
He
that
knew-
vision.
He knew what was the best thing to use it against, but it pretty much counters magic. Period.
Yeah.
Is the weapon, but because it wasn't complete, he did have to choose what he would have to counter, because it wasn't. If it was in its full shape, that's it. Magic's
It just
done.
countered it.
Like
Yeah.
you can't use magic against the weapon, or else he will negate you and attack you immediately.
Hmm.
It would work as a giant. It would work as an Eden in your hand, essentially.
Or it would have
Just
killed us 3 times over.
No magic anywhere can be used at all. But because it was incomplete, that's not how it worked.
Thank
He didn't one
fuck
round
for
us.
that. So who the hell did Ulick hire to find this thing?
Mhm. Does it say in the book? I see.
No, actually, it doesn't say in the book. He said, usually, I don't know. The way he spoke about his hire, it almost seemed like it was someone he's dealt with before. But nope, there's no specifying any here. This is just a book of armaments.
That's a shame. I feel like that would be a reasonable lead. Someone who knows that this blade even existed and would be the perfect thing to slay a high archmage.
We do have, and he closes the book. We do have the last option, which is your little speaking to Yulik, you know. Oop.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah.
There's another new one.
I cannot hear
Ellie.
anybody. I'm alive. I hope you guys are having a grand time. Bentley is next to me. And also my dad and grandma are in the car.
Oh.
So
Well, you said he can't hear us, so.
I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
Okay. I said
Emily.
hello.
They're saying hi, by the way. Hold on, wait.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. That's how you get speaker.
We got
Hello.
Hi. Did anyone die?
No,
Yeah.
but you've missed so much.
Technically,
already,
yeah.
Emily.
One guy, yeah.
Oh, we
One guy? Was
We're
it the
gonna murder
sorcerer
mystery.
guy who invited you?
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
murder
we
mystery.
learned more about
Oh,
Toru's
right. I
blade.
forgot you said it was that. Oh, by Toru's blade. Great.
Yeah,
so
a
lovely.
shard of Toru's blade that they got
Yeah,
from
I've heard of
Eden
it.
after it exploded.
Great. I cannot wait to listen to this one shot. Did somebody say explosion? Dad. The British accent. You get?
That sounds like a wizard back there.
That is my father. And Bentley is half asleep right now, so. But I will talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
And with that, before we return back with Abby doing her thing, we will take a 10-minute break.
All right.
Okay. Oh,
I will be right back.
damn.
Castilla just popped through the window real quick to like shout hi.
Stella appears in this dimension, and we're like, she's like, oh, that blade.
Oh god.
Oh shit.
I've just been like,
That's.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, Kaleidoscope sort of like indirectly murdered a man.
I mean, we really should have taken the blade with us in hindsight.
Probably. I mean, yeah,
We
we
did
were
not-
definitely preoccupied, but yeah, on hindsight, we should have been like, is any of that blade available?
Yeah, because
Anybody see any of it?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was described as exploding and like shrapnel from it kind of
Yeah.
going out. So I think we probably assumed that that meant the weapon was gone, destroyed, not active anymore. And not the blade is just 10 feet away, just sitting there.
No. Because that blade is really dead. He like when we fought him in the like Red Forest, basically, he basically one-armed us until we eventually got Mercy shunted 5 years into the future.
That's really funny.
Because if left, he would have killed us 100%. I have no doubts in my mind that he would have killed us because we were not doing so hot. Victor was down, Castilla was down, Issa was terrified and could barely move. And although Cersei was doing well on health, she was not doing well on spells, and she did not have much left to give. And he kept countering everything that she tried to do. He countered it.
Yeah.
It was one of those things that he had to roll to do it, if I remember. Like you threw a spell at him, and then either you made a save or he made a save to see if it not only went through, but if he then got to whip you with his knife if it did go through.
You know, that counter could have also been him, since it was said that he has to like know the spell or something to counter it. I think is what Jesse said. That could have been what the save was for as well. See if he can identify the spell and counter it.
Identify what it is that you're doing.
Yeah, and if he failed,
It was
to identify
brutal.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should probably pull that blade out before you try and do magic on him, because if the blade's still in him, it might not.
It counters and stabs me.
I'm a little worried it might. Or at the very least, it'll counter or dispel the magic, you know?
Yeah, that is a reasonable worry that I feel like in character that Dalia would have for sure, having learned what it does.
Dalia's gonna be like, I'm gonna need to pull this out. All right, I know we said we didn't want me to, but I'm doing it anyway.
Because I feel like you might be right. It's a very angry blade. I guess that was one of the things with it as well, that we never really learned much about it because it was always kicking our ass, so we didn't have time to learn anything about it.
Yeah.
Because like we had combat with him once, and then that time in the cave where we had a second combat with him. But any other time we saw it, it was where he was like throwing it at us randomly during like a brief moment where we would see each other, or like to intimidate us or something.
Yeah.
So we didn't really get to see it a lot. I'm just wondering,
I'm also just
Did
looking at my spells.
Did Cave Toru have the whole thing?
I think so.
I can't remember
I
for the
know
life of me.
He he had something on a chain. He had a knife on a chain.
Mm.
I remember that because I kept I think at one point Spiss grabbed and electrocuted it. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least
You did.
that was my if I didn't, that was my plan. I tried to.
I feel like you did because I feel like he lost the chain at one point and then had to just use his gun.
Yeah. So I know
I
know
think.
he had the chain because I kept trying to grab it. And I thought it
But
was
I'm
really
wondering
funny.
because that was the real Toru that was pulled from, like, his actual soul, his actual sort of dimension, essentially.
Yeah.
So I'm like, did he have the whole three-pronged thing then? Because us as Kaleidoscope, we've never met him with the whole thing. But that's because that wasn't Toru.
I don't
And back.
think so because if he did have the full three-pronged thing, even in the
Oh yeah,
cave,
that's true.
we wouldn't have been able to do magic.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Yeah. So he had to
So when?
he had to have had the two prongs. So it could have been like years ancient fucking history. One prong was broken off or whatever, and it's lost to time or some shit. And now all that's left is the two prongs of the blade.
Well, before it exploded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we have.
We were just saying about whether Toru in the cave had the whole thing, but then that was saying very rightly that he couldn't have because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do any spells, as per the description. So. Yeah. So I wonder when they lost that, when that disappeared or snapped off.
Considering the image we have of his death being fucking blasted through the chest, if I remember correctly, I feel like that'd be a pretty good point.
Yeah, but we were just saying that the Toru that was summoned to the cave was the Toru that was like the real Toru, so it would have summoned him whole.
Yeah.
With his cool weapon.
But the Toru that was also summoned was also based off of Victa's memory. So the Toru from his memory would have had the two blade. Would have had.
That's
so.
It was the real Toru though. Like we'd been told that it was Toru's like actual soul. So I don't know.
It was his soul. Yes, the weapon he had was an imagination of what he had through the perspective of Victa. So it wasn't the actual weapon. The actual weapon was obviously Impulse had it.
Mm-hmm. So then, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It could have been in his last moments when he got,
Well,
killed.
I was about to say a detail you probably forgot when I explained his death was he held the blade up to defend himself.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, and that broke the shard off, the piece
Got
off.
it.
So I was right.
It's all coming together. I'm sure it was in my notes somewhere, but I don't have Cersei's book because this isn't Cersei.
I'm also looking through
We're back.
I'm looking through my spells. I don't have prestidigitation, so I can't clean off the blood on my feet now.
Oh no!
A true tragedy.
My shoes! They're my nice shoes.
Mayor Montgomery looks towards you and says, "Well, are you gonna do your thing?"
Yes, yeah, as long as everyone has no further need or objections to it.
Before you do that, I could ask, but And she's just gonna lean forward and pull the blade part out.
You see, the mayor, the Judikar, and Bendel and Agathar kind of how do you say? They do that thing where they kind of step forward a little bit.
Rush
You go, whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's
What are you doing?
the blade counters and dispels magic. If we want to talk to him, we're going to have to cast a spell on the body, which blade's kind of in the way. It's going to dispel. Blade has to come out if we want to do this. And I'm already
Agathar
standing
speaks
in the
up.
blood.
Agathar speaks up and she goes, she's right. If it does do that, then it would probably not be. Whether it still has any magical property to it right now or not, it would not be intelligent to keep it in there. It's fine. We're all here. There's no tampering that we don't know of happening. Go ahead.
And then Dalia kind of like she steps back away from the body, out of the blood. She's trailing blood now.
You hear Stradivon speak up. Well, there's no. You might as well now, huh?
Are we
That's
just making sure that I'm not going to get randomly stabbed by the blade? Are we all happy that that's not going to count on its own?
the blade is away. I have it. Should be fine.
Yeah, I'd be sure to make sure nothing of the sort happens.
Thank you.
Dalia like rolls her eyes a little bit and then goes to the door, drops it outside the door, and then closes it.
Get that shit out of here.
There, no blade.
All right. So she pulls out an incense from like her little satchel, and places her fingers along the tip, and she uses a sacred flame to light it, and it glows with like a holy energy. It's a kind of cool blue, is kind of what you'd imagine, sort of like an ice on top of water. That sort of like, I don't know, can't think of the word, but you know what I mean. So, and she sort of waves it over the body.
I'm just thinking of Minecraft Soulfire.
That works too. Yeah, she sort of waves it back and forth over the body and whispers in, it's, for those who know it, it's celestial, which is essentially the gist of kind of, okay, bring the soul back. Allow me to ask a few questions, if you please. And I will cast Speak with Dead.
All right, you cast Speak with Dead. And as you do, the ethereal energy that gathers upon your hand, upon your being, casts this spell. It blackens.
Oh. No.
And Speak with Dead, it finds nothing to grasp.
That sort of she sort of pulls her hand back in a kind of freaked out way, because that's not, her magic comes from a very pure place. She's a cleric of Saluna. She's like, this is pure pure shit that I'm involved in, and that's not good. Okay. It sort of seems to be the theme of the day. That didn't work. And a soul doesn't really get a. She kind of glances up at the Judicator, who was kind of like not happy about her doing this in the first place. She kind of glances up at him for a second and then sort of back down at the body. They don't usually have a choice about coming back and talking. So realistically, this tells me that there's no soul to grasp, which again isn't really something that happens. Like animals have souls, you know, like everything has a soul, and in theory, it should just go back into this, the stream of life. It should be something that you should be able to pull at and pull back, but there's nothing. And that doesn't normally happen. She sort of gestures at where the evil dark-colored magic was a minute ago.
Stradivon speaks up and butts in like always. And that's the thing, ain't it? If you've been around as much as I have, as a bard, and told stories and stuff, you would have probably heard inklings of this thing. What do they call it? The warp. Strange phenomenons. We all, it's there. We know it's there. We just don't talk about it very often. Well, I don't know much of it, and we have mages here to confirm whether or not that's true. But I hear that if it tampers with you, you just cease to exist. And he kind of looks at Agathar. And Agathar's like, right. He's gone. But that would mean that still gives us something. And she struggles to like say it out, and Wargreave speaks up. I'm not really also knowledgeable when it comes to magic, but what I think you're trying to say is it means that we have a source. This warp energy. If it's appliant here, that would mean whoever did it is capable of using it, has it on them. Isn't that how magic works? Comes from you, it should be similar.
To a degree. I mean, either it comes from you or it comes from the object you're holding. If that boy has warp magic, that would do it.
I turn to Stratovan, who seems to know a lot. He's been around, he said himself. Do you know if that's something that can be detected? If someone is able to use the warp or has... I'm not really well versed myself beyond the odd whisper, but...
I mean, I'm no mage. I'm no study of the arcane. The things I do, I've learned from here and there, and it just, I deal with it. But I feel like detectives tend to have some sort of arcane assistant that's able to track the energies, the ether, right? It leaves a trail. Magic always leaves a trail.
I mean, we could. And I kind of glance over at Dalia. Could try to detect it, maybe? But
I
I
could.
see if it's sort of leaking onto anyone. I don't really know how that would work, but
Was a small. I did see with a small shimmering of something that might have been magic in the blade.
That's kind of what worries me. If the blade, if I cast it, I cast it identify. If the blade, if I didn't get anything from that when there should have been something, I'm not sure I'm gonna get anything by detecting magic. This seems
Let's see it.
beyond what, a little beyond what I can do. But I can try.
Yeah, might be able to get any spell, might be able to catch any spells that were casted along the way, invisibility, teleportation, and whatnot.
Wouldn't hurt to try. And with that, uh, Dahlia is gonna uh, cast detect magic. Um, and just kind of look at everyone and around the room.
You cast detect magic, and you see a very dim light of magical energy coming from that shard beyond the room. But that's not the immediate thing that comes into your view. No. A black ichor almost masks the room. It is largely on the body, but it circles around the room almost like a sense that's covered most of this area. That in itself makes it hard to identify where this ichor's trail is going. If it wasn't for the fact that, sure, it is mostly covering the whole room, but there's a tail of it that's leaving out the door.
uh, Dahlia, Dahlia seeing the tail going out the door is immediately gonna turn, open the door, and fly after the tail.
You hear Wargreaves, "Where is she going?" And the mayor Montgomery says, "Well, perhaps she found something. Let's, keep everyone in line and let's go. If she's got a trail, then I think Wargreaves, your best thought of action is to make sure we're all together and following along." And Stradivon is already leaving behind you,
Puddle,
as well as Agathar, and Agathar kind of grabs Bendel to follow.
Puddle, who is guarding the blade outside the door, picks up the blade in his mouth and follows along.
yes, raccoons.
You all follow along. It leads you down the hall, and it takes a hard left, and you go down to the left, and then it's strange. It takes another hard left, straight into a brick wall. Is something the matter? Bendel speaks up.
The assume illusionary or some sort of opening it, secret passage.
Yeah, there's magic. And it goes into the wall. There's something behind the wall.
Ah, um. Oh, well, at this point, it doesn't really matter, does it? This is the entryway to Ulick's laboratory.
Can you open it?
I can, um, Agatha. I believe it's probably the best. Though I would say, please, I know Ulick is not here anymore, but do not mess with his things. They are of high importance, and um, perhaps the arcane, the sanctum would probably want their things back, as well as Agathar's would be next in line to get the stuff. And also, some of the stuff's probably dangerous. But he goes near the wall, and he touches one of the bricks, and it lights up. And then he goes and touches a separate brick in a different location, and it lights up. And then another. And then with the third one, all the bricks turn into the same color, and the wall begins to move and open into a spiral staircase made of brick that goes downward. Is it? Yes.
I was just gonna say, out of character, that is one hell of a padlock, an entire brick wall.
Mm.
Yeah.
like as opposed to like the 3x3 number combination number pad, you got an entire fucking wall.
By all means, you have the trail, so you can go ahead first.
Dalia just goes on ahead following the trail. Out of character,
Yo.
is Neck gonna be
Yep.
able to come down these stairs?
Yeah, they're not tiny by any means. It's gonna be a little awkward walking down the spiral staircase, but yeah, it's not gonna be like bringing a bed up a spiral staircase.
Okay.
But you have enlarge reduce.
Yeah, but I'm
There's
casting
that.
detect magic. I can't. This
Fair.
is a concentration.
Concentrate.
Concentration. Yeah, fair enough.
All out flick. All right. Help you there. Don't worry, Nat. We'll get you down. It's fine.
That was just my first thought.
Bloody stairs.
Dalia goes down into the lab, following the trail.
You follow the trail down, and it leads you onto a simple wooden door, in which Bendel walks up. This one also has, how do I say, a prerequisite to it, a code. And he goes up to the door. It has a metallic knocker on it. And he grabs it. He takes a deep breath. Okay. And you hear dun 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 dun. I hope this is the right tune. And the door opens. Oh, okay. Alright. That could have been very bad if I completely forgot the way the tune went. We could have been sent to the far desert in Baja. Just dumped out in the middle of nowhere.
It was nice of you to try before you said that.
Yeah. Huh?
Nothing. Nothing.
Dalia just goes into the room following. He's very
You
concentrated on following this trail.
Yeah. You enter the room. even with your concentration, it's hard to ignore this room, large, full of extraordinary things on the walls. A full skeletalization above you of what seems to be like some sort of draconic creature. On the walls, some of these armaments embedded with glass covering, tables full of what seems to be different scrolls, stones, um, devices used for experimentation, used for observation. There's a lot in here. And the trail kind of leads into the room, and it goes everywhere. It goes to some of these tables, to some of these walls. It's hard to tell where exactly it goes.
Okay.
Where do we begin?
Well, this room, it's it's hard to say where it goes. Can Dahlia like try? Does it like just go into the room and then branch off almost?
Yeah, it branches off to
Okay.
multiple different things.
Um, can Dahlia like point out each of the like directions or things that each trail leads to the others, like kind of go around and be like
It's
this,
it
that.
so the trail, the points of notoriety. Um, there are two, near, and there are two a little further. Um, the near one is one of the walls of armaments, glass. The trail leads to there, almost like a branch, like you said. Another one is to what seems like to be some sort of um, collection of books on a table. The other leads to the book with the table with scrolls placed all over, and the last one leads to the back on a single desk with a small chair onto it.
Hmm.
You hear Montgomery speak up. Well, what are we gonna do? There seems to be a lot down here, but only you can see what's the point of interest. What do you think we should do?
Does the trail seem like is it sectioned off equally, or is there any that seem stronger?
No. Most of the trail, there seems to be a larger amount of concentration in the center, but it could be because the individual went to a place, came back to the center, went to another place, came back to the center.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could, Dali, if you pointed in the correct direction, perhaps we could, have split up one person somewhat magically inclined in each group. It'll narrow it down somewhat.
There's
Uh, yeah.
oh yeah. Dahlia's just kind of nod. There's some whatever made the trail or whoever made the trail. There was something of interest to them in these four locations, and she points to uh like the glass armament, the table, the scrolls, all the the 4 locations you said. Um, it's I don't know what it is. To be frank, it's not any type of magic I can detect. Really, it's just black. But there's something of interest here. And it was all up in that room. It was coating that room. And now it's down here. So either the person came from here and went up there, or they went from up there to down here. I don't know.
Right.
But one of these spots might tell us.
Right.
All right. Agathar speaks up. Everyone stay within view. There are 4 places to check, and I'm going to choose who checks what. I I will I will take a look at the desk. And she looks towards the 3 of you. I would like the 3 of you to check the other things. You've been the most useful so far. And I have an inkling that perhaps you weren't necessarily involved, especially because you came, well, you were the last to enter and weren't in there for much longer. Something in here must give us a clue. Something. If they were so interested to look at all of these different points of interest.
I can take a look at the weapon rack.
A little out of character here, but it was the weapon rack, the scrolls, the pile of scrolls, the desk that she's looking at, and what was the 4th one?
Mm-hmm.
A table full of books.
Yeah, a table full of books.
Books. I combined the scrolls and books in my head. Okay.
You feel more comfortable with books or scrolls, Dalia?
I'll take a look at the scrolls, see if any of them have anything. Maybe some weird magic.
I'll take a look at the books. If it's in a language I can't read, I'll give you a shout.
We will start with Owen. You walk up to this wall full of armaments. It is flush with the wall, the glass itself at the same layer as the wall. The armaments are within the actual rock. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to like skim the sides for like any sort of like any way to open it. Or I actually before that I'm just gonna investigate the area, see it, and investigate the case itself and see if it was open beforehand, and basically just try and see has anything been taken from it.
All
Like,
right.
is there a a weirdly empty spot?
Mm-hmm. You look, and as you walk down the wall to look at the different things on there, you see an axe of what looks like to be made of complete wood, except for the stone that's placed as the blade. You see a spear that's entirely encased in ice. The ice itself has made a display on there, and a note at the bottom says, "We'll identify when able to take out of ice. Ice seems to be very strong and cannot be melted." You see you see a missing spot right next to where that spear is, and that is a shaping. These are all like shaped perfectly for the things. A shape that's very similar to the dagger slash blade, the Mage Slayer, the place where it must have been originally before it was once stolen. You go further down and you see other armaments, a single-edged sword, a scimitar of sorts, intricate gold in lining amongst it, and at the end, almost like a charm hanging from the pommel end of the blade, is a small lamp, golden lamp hangs. Another empty spot. Strange empty spot. There's no identification for what it is. It seems to be an orb of some kind in shape, but no clues. Further, you see other armaments. These two knuckles, fists, gigantic. Couldn't imagine what would be able to put them on. The intricate designs placed on it. It seems very tribal-esque in nature, but with two large runic gems placed on each knuckle. And then, final, at the very end, another empty spot. A peculiar shape, almost hourglass, except with points at the end. And at the bottom, just a singular name, Goldenrod.
Oh no.
Fucking hell.
Remind me why goldenrod. Is that what was
That was in
Castilla's?
that was in Castilla's robot body. It may not be the same
And-
goldenrod, but that was how it was explained to us.
And it is one of the main artifacts that it's a very powerful magic artifact.
Mm.
Think you know the portal orb that
Yeah.
Valentis had? Think of like similar to that in power level.
Okay, cool. That's so fun.
Or like you know, Toru's knife.
Cool. Okay.
And gee, I wonder what that orb was.
Oh.
I wonder what that orb could have possibly been.
Yeah.
We do have that though. Or at least I think we do.
Not
It
anymore.
could-
No, that was the portal orb. That's gone.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the meteorite thing that was
Oh.
part of the trio with the book, which we do have.
I mean, if the meteorite was here, then I have some concerns for how much powerful shit this guy had.
We're just getting robbed.
At least there was not a rectangular space.
For the book.
Yeah.
Well, Skinbug's gone, so we don't need to worry about that.
Oh god, yeah, that is just inert. Forgot
It's
about
just a
that.
book now.
Mm-hmm.
Just a skin-bound book.
that we I was gonna say dispose of, but then I remembered what happened with Guck's sending stone, and we probably should not do that.
Still got it. I think it's in the. It's either in the bag or it's in Castilla's bag. I can't remember who's got it.
Someone took it. Happy just threw it on the ground and someone grabbed it.
I think maybe Castilla's got it.
Either Castilla or Victa, I don't remember. Whoever, someone has it. Alright, well, it's only really 3 empty spots. The knife was clearly in. The blade was clearly here. No idea what the how it, no idea what the golden rod or ball was. Bendel, Agatha, you either of you have any input, knowledge on any of these?
I think they went their separate ways to each different.
Fair enough.
You're all kind of split up. You know, we're just starting with you.
All right.
Anything else you do, Victor or Victor Owen?
I. Yeah, I can't really think. Could try and look for any way to open it, but I don't know how well. I don't think I'd be able to gain any information off of that. Because looking at looking at the spot it used to be in.
I mean, unless
Yeah, I can't really do much more other than know that it used to be here along with these two other weird ass things.
unless you looked to
All
see
right.
if it was broken into.
I mean, assuming that the glass is still there.
The lock could be tampered with.
It looks like there's glass still there.
I'm gonna put my hand against it.
You put your hand against your left hand on the glass, and you touch glass. And as you kind of move it to the right, you cut your finger a little bit, which is strange because
Like
you
just a bare piece of glass.
just well, you look to see if that's the case, but the glass looks intact. And you move your hand a little further to the right, and your hand goes straight through the glass.
Bendel, is this normal?
Yes. Oh no, that's absolutely not normal at all. No, your hand should not be going through that glass. Oh boy. Um, Agatha, please, real quickly. And she kind of seems like she's busy, but Stradivon's right next to you and immediately comes in. I got this. Oh man. This is absolutely an illusion. You cut yourself on the actual broken piece of glass, and Stradivon strums his lute, and you see that portion where the rod is disappear as you can now see the shattered glass in that location. You find the portion where you rubbed your hand through, and one of the glass pieces that were protruding from the shattered side, and your blood's there where it's cut. But Stranger is on the other end, where there's also blood, dry, much more drier.
Well, huh. Whoever grabbed the thing must have definitely cut themselves. Huh. Would the identify spell work on a bit of blood?
I don't think so.
It's definitely
No.
not the it's definitely not the tree dude.
Trees might have blood. You don't know.
I have some concerns then.
Sap comes out. It's just sap.
some really thick and red sap.
I and say,
Oh no, me sap falling out.
Abby's very concerned. Huh? That's me.
But
You hear Stratovan as he's saying, looking with you. Oh, my friend, if I were to ascertain anything from this, I would say the individual harmed themselves in acquiring this object, which means they probably still have wounds on them.
Yeah, and unless you have some biological, so if you have anything biologically weird about you as a trilliant, I suppose that does kind of remove you from the list.
I don't bleed red blood, at least. It's more of a like a goldish, sappy kind of. That's not even a liquid. Have you ever like put
I
syrup on your pancakes?
haven't had pancakes in a while.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like that. It's like syrup. Looks like syrup. Delicious looking.
Anyway, the murder. Can you dispel the other illusions? Which I'm going to assume there are other illusions.
I don't find any of the illusions here. The rest of the glass is still actual glass. They look like they just broke through and just grabbed this one item and probably cut themselves in the process.
What was the item that was in front of that glass pane? Did you say
The golden rod.
the rod?
Yeah, the rod was what was broken into to steal. Bendel, is there a way to open these cases at all?
I mean, at this point, it wouldn't really matter. But yeah, there's a switch over here that makes the glass go down, which is strange. Um, Normally, you shouldn't be able to just break through this glass. It was reinforced with arcane means, like Agathar said. Ulick was the specialist when it came to defensive magical fields.
They might have used the knife on it after opening the case for it. This thing might have had extra protections over it, leading to the requirement to break the glass.
Which would probably mean this was done first.
Second, at least, if they grabbed the knife beforehand.
And with that, we're going to shift over to the next person. Val, you're at a table full of scrolls. They look like scrolls from a distance. And then you come closer, and all these scrolls seem to have these strange drawings all over them. What do you do?
This isn't reading. Leaves.
There ain't no
Damn.
words here.
Out with the books.
Do they look to be like runes, or are they just weird drawings?
They're strange drawings. You like grab them and kind of, they're not all fully opened out on the table. Some of them are like half open. They're scrolls, like the rolled pieces kind of roll back in.
Yeah.
You open one of them, or what do you do?
I think she'd sort them out. This would her detect magic still be up? Has it been 10 minutes yet?
It would be towards the tail end of that 10 minutes.
Okay. I think she'd quickly kind of spread them out a little bit to see if there's any that the black, like that the magic is kind of clinging to.
The black ichor seems to be all over this.
Okay.
Any individually that it's stronger on? No, it doesn't seem.
It's just covering all the scrolls.
Yeah.
Okay. Do the scrolls seem to have any other types of magic on them, or is it completely just the black ichor?
Just the black ichor. They seem to be just scrolls, regular scrolls. No magical scrolls of any arcane means to them, from what you can tell.
Darn. Okay. Then I think, yeah, she'd pick one up and open it.
You pick one up and you open it. It's all drawn what seems to be like in black ink. They're rough sketches. There are notes here and there. And the one you pick up and you look at first seems to be like a sort of dissecting imagery. Something kind of spread out, like it's been dissected, at the very least, through these drawings, taken apart, speaking of the individual pieces. And what you see before you is a beholder.
Mm.
It speaks of the eyes and their capabilities, and the central eye and its ability to negate magic. Various things about beholders. Anything else?
I think she'd start looking through the scrolls to see if there are any that have, to see if they're all just like descriptions or if there's anything different. You know?
Okay. Yeah. So you start looking through the scrolls. And the more you look through them, the more you realize that these scrolls seem to all share a similarity to them. They're more akin to schematics or to detailed drawings of a dissection of sorts or something. They're drawing notes, essentially, just in a larger, more detailed manner. The next one you grab, you open, it shows a dead corpse of a dragon, multiple, all of different colors. You see notes of interest, the head of what seems like to be a red dragon. Oh, this piece in particular, and a sketch note. The powerful flames from a red dragon is unmatched. Could be useful. Another one is that of the horn of a blue dragon. Oh, the lightning that emanates from the horn seems to come the strongest from this piece. And just various, all of each chromatic color, and also of metallic colors. There seems to be a piece of every known coloration of dragons, some that you haven't even seen. The gray dragon, the blood dragon, one speaking of a dragon known as the Fey dragons. And they all seem to have pointed interest in specific either organs or pieces or that. And as if you move that across to the next one shows all those pieces almost sewn together to make this amalgamation of a thing. And at the bottom, you only see one singular name, along with a signing at the bottom, at the very end. You see the term equal dragon weapon.
Oh,
Oh no.
oh shit.
And signature at the very corner of the schematic, a Dr. Wiley. You move on to the next one, and it's what seems to be like an incomplete, almost in motion or in between construction schematic of the layout of Eden. Potential names for sectors, the different tunnelways and systems. You move along and you see another thing. It says first attempt of artificial creation, a strange orb with multiple golden rings around it. In the center, one coloration of a golden light, and around multiple colors spin across the rings. On the other end, in notes, it says, attempting to create an artificial life or body for a compatriot of mine. They require enhancements, and Dr. Wiley, an assistant of mine, have come back to ask of this of me. I've chosen to take this request. I've never worked with a beholder before, though. The next one you see is a schematics of a large cylinder-like design with multiple tubes coming out of it. You know this partly. You've heard of the news of the weapon that was flaunted from Eden, the threat that was given not even a week ago during a incident, an invitation from most of the high powers of the different continents. This weapon had shot out a high concentrated amount of ether and blown open one of the mountains. The reason why you know this is because it's a mountain near somewhere you're familiar with, Inlia. One of the mountains near India had the entire upper half of it completely disintegrated from this weapon, and so the Church of India had involved themselves in this current diplomatic problem. And the last one you see is torn. Most of what seems to have been here has been taken. And this is where you see, at the very ends of your vision, most of the ichor on. Unfortunately, you can't really ascertain what originally was here.
Hmm.
And with that, we shift over to Abby. Abby.
That's me.
Hey, Abby.
Table full of books. What do you do?
I will take a leaf out of Dalia's book, and I will detect magic as well.
You cast Detect Magic. You then see the physical representation formation of this black ichor everywhere. A strange visual. You guys haven't not seen it before. Like I said, well, the inner workings of the warp and where it comes from and things like that are not known to the general public or even to some of the higher known people. Its existence has been a thing in your realm for as long as people can remember. So whenever something like this is seen, it has people know that it is involved with this strange, almost cosmic horror-like energy.
Just like evil stuff.
Yeah, nothing, not initially different from demonic essence or devil essence or things of that sort. This aberrational essence. And it's all over this table. You don't seem to have it pinpointing anything. You don't seem to sense any magic on this table that's jumping out at you.
Can I take a quick kind of catalog of the titles, if any, on the books that are on the table?
You do. You can. You look at the tables, the books on the table. There's 5 in total, and they all have titles to them. One of them seems to be a book that speaks of the inner workings or estranged workings of the Fae. The way the Fae does their business and stuff. From the front, it explains that it talks about just it's a general, more in-depth knowledge of the Feywild and its politics, and as well at the bottom in smaller letters it says the nature of the forests.
Mm.
The second book you find is of the deserts within Paha. And it seems to be more of a geological book from its title and its visual representation. Another one is that of machines. It seems to be a book about speaking about the. This one's different because it's not necessarily more of a published book in look. It seems to be more of a notebook of or a personal journal speaking about the workings of artificers and machines and the possible futures of that. The fourth book speaks of the gods and beings of godlike existences. And the fifth book, it's the oddest one out of all of them. Not because it says anything alarming or strange or forbidden. It's a book about metamorphosis.
Oh.
It's a book about, the caterpillar and the butterfly and the cocoon and the metamorphosis it goes through, and how different creatures go through the various other forms of metamorphosis.
I would kind of pick each book up kind of one by one and sort of like thumb through it to see if there are any like pages that have been like dogged to be like, this is something that I want to come back to, or they were like pristine. Like he's a book lover and doesn't want to ruin any of them.
You just pick through all the books and finding places that seemed like they have either more wear to them or any of the sort, places of interest. Most of them seem to be like they've been thoroughly read, especially the book about machinery and artificers and stuff. The book, when it comes to the deserts, seem to have most wear or this ichor kind of hanging around the location. They speak of a specific location within the deserts near a tribe, and how it seems to have this rich oasis there. And the tribesmen talk about the wealth of ethereal of life stream that comes out, almost like a how do you say, like a geyser of life stream. The other one, the book of metamorphosis, is strange. It seems to be the one that has most of this ichor on it. And the page that it mostly lies on is that of this explanation of the caterpillar and the cocoon and the butterfly. And you see that page where the butterfly would have been ripped off.
Okay. I will definitely put that one to the side because I feel like that's important. And I just want to take a quick look into the machines one a bit closer because that was the one you said felt more like it was a journal, right? Yeah, just sort of like anything. I would probably stick to any of the most recent stuff that has been written in there. Anything close to the like what I guess supposing whatever the last date was, maybe like a week back from that would be what I would skim through.
You go back to the very end and you skim through about a week's worth of that very end, and it is in the perspective of a Rudger, Eldon Rudger. It seems like a artificer, and the journal writes about this Eldon Rudger and his workings. It writes almost like we've seemed to have finally finished what we've been appointed to. It was massive, and we were way out of our depth, but the pay is right and great. Our benefactors have definitely paid up front in full, and now walking back and seeing our creation, we feel the sense of pride. I will report back to Archmage Ulik and tell him that his business with... Give me a second here. My brain. This Orm Presquin, his foretold Eden has been built. The city. The Archmage will be happy to hear that everything is just fine. And Ulik has paid his half of the bargain. And that seems to be where it kind of ends. It seems like it was about to start another sentence, and the letter stopped.
There's no like it's not like it's been forcibly stopped, like there's not like a line or anything, it's just that it was just cut off.
There is a line.
Oh, just like somebody might in some way jolted the person when they were writing.
You can surmise that, yeah.
That's probably not good. His last sentence. Okay.
And with that, you've all gathered the information you can, and you all join back into the middle with your reports on what you found that you think is interesting and or important to the current situation.
All right. Gonna need everyone to. I'm gonna need everyone to show their arms. Right, left, whichever. There's a cut on the glass, but dried blood on it. Show your sleeves. Show your arms. Just want to make sure.
You see Stratovan kind of walk forward. Yeah, I got no problem. I mean, I was there. I get what you're trying to do. And he shows his arms, his hands made of wood. There's some wear to his hands, but there doesn't seem to be any like jagged imprints around his hands that would give some sort of sign of cutting or chipping on the wood upon his hands. Plus, I actually just don't really bleed blood, so At least normal blood, like we found. Bendel shows his hands too. These frail, almost saggy, liver-spotted hands that he's got.
Oh, Bendel.
They've shown their wear, but there doesn't seem to be any clear signs of wounds on them. Agathar shows hers as well. There are signs of wounds on her hands, but not that of cutting. More of some sort of burning on one, as well as a bit of probably perhaps, how does one say, frost or like
Just frostbite.
frostbite, yeah. A little black on some of the other hand. And Agathar goes, experimentation with magic sometimes goes awry. But if you think I'm a suspect, fine with me.
No, not connected. Well, not connected to that at least.
The mayor shows his hands. There seems to be some wear in terms of usage, especially around his thumb and index finger, but no cuts. The judicer shows his hands. He takes his greaves off. There's scars and wounds on his hand. That of cuts, but they're old. They're clearly scars. Perhaps a man of his business, it's not too uncommon for him to find himself being cut up ever so often.
And he's also got the gauntlets, so.
He's also had gauntlets on, yeah. Lady Gwendolyn shows. Her hands seem like they've never seen a day of work in her life. Soft. She may be older. They are sagging as well, a bit liver spotted. May have had some work done to it over the times. Full of jewelry on her fingers, but no signs of any recent cuts.
As everyone's putting their hands kind of in to do the thing to show arms and stuff, is there any? If I need to recast it, I'm not sure how long the books would have taken me to read, but I'm more than happy to see if there's any illusion magic, because if there was illusion magic on the case, is there a chance that someone might have been able to cast an illusion to make it look like they weren't cut?
Might also be able to detect traces of healing magic.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. That would have been probably the first thing that I would have thought.
You look at the hands of everyone who showed their hands presently, and while a very good idea, you don't see any of that.
What about the chef and
Oh, that's right, the chef. He does show his hands as well, and there are cuts onto his hands. Some of them seem older, some of them seem a little bit fresher. And he goes, I mean, I cut food and ingredients. I don't really. I don't know. This one also almost seems like it's a bit unfair for me.
Not not to stereotype dwarf shortness, but
Could he have reached?
If you look at his height and where the broken glass is and where the wall kind of starts and the glass begins, he would have to have jumped in order to have broken the glass.
Or move something to stand on.
Yeah. And even then, it would have been hard to reach the rod for him. Since it's not a huge rod, I call it a rod, but it's more of like a small wand in size. object.
It's like around like a foot long, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I'm going to assume that don't remember. I do not remember her name, but the bunny girl, rabbit girl,
Mhm.
Vivian.
Vivian.
I'm going to assume that she is also not
She is now what?
not a suspect, like cut or whatever.
She shows her hands. There seems to be some band-aids on some cuts here and there.
But I also feel like she also has a similar case to the.
Well, yeah, she does. She's the baked good person. Also has been helping in the kitchen, as far as you know. Yeah.
And I would be amazed if you made your wife the murderer.
You never know.
Excuse you, that's the best role to take on for a
Mm.
one shot. The murder. It's a great role.
Val, did you get a secret DM?
No, we all know how that went last one shot. I tried, failed. It was fine.
Just for clarity as well, I would hold my hands out. Not that I. It is painfully obvious when you look at her hands that she also never lifts a finger.
Both Dalia and Puddle hold their hands out. Dalia does it, and then Puddle like looks at Dalia and holds his hands out too.
Mimics, yeah.
He's like, "Oh, we're doing this."
Everyone else is doing it. Might as well join in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I also.
Yeah.
Nat, I also feel like does have like gauntlets on her, have like something resembling gauntlets on her arms. So no reason to have cuts on them. And I did not get a secret DM, so
Well, now that you've said that, now your sister.
That's what he says.
that's what they all say.
Dahlia's. I should mention Dahlia's hands. There's wear and tear, like scars and burns and stuff. But they're mostly just ink stained.
All right, one more point to me me suspecting an assassin of sorts.
Someone came in or left, stole something out of the case, and then possibly went to murder, or maybe they were both down here at some point. It seems interesting that they would go up to, if they were here to just steal something, then they would go up to kill him.
Mayor Montgomery speaks up. We heard what you found. What about the rest of you, the two of you, and you too, Agatha? You may have not found necessarily how they got away with it, but maybe a reason.
There's a lot of books on his desk, some slightly more interesting than others. Some about the Fae, some about the deserts in Baja, a journal about machinery, something about the gods. And she sort of slides the book that's open on the missing page so people can see it. This seems to be leaking with that negative energy, similar to what we've been experiencing. And has a missing page specifically with the butterfly, which is interesting. The whole book seems to be about metamorphosis in general. I feel like it's quite pointed if that page itself was taken.
I think I've had a group. I think I've had a group of adventurers related like that.
Yes. They like to pin themselves with butterflies for some reason.
Weird folk, weird folk.
Very odd. And a journal, this one, and she like kind of the machines one again sort of slides forward as a point of interest. It seems like it's written by a gentleman, or gentle lady, I suppose. Elden Ruger, talking about being finally finished with building something and needing to report it back to the Archmage, and that his business with. Have we ever heard of the name Orim? I didn't even ask that. Have we heard of Orim Presquin?
People here, yes. Ever since the incident that happened about a week ago, the name of Orim has been spread out of him
Right.
being the individual who had tried to attempt war upon the different nations.
Okay. But prior to that, we hadn't heard the name?
Yeah, Disintegrated Mountain. What happened, Abby?
I just said prior to the incident at Eden, had we heard of him or no, not at all?
Yeah, you've heard that he was in charge of Eden.
Okay. Yeah. So it says that his business because it was that he'd finished and that his business with Orim Presquin, the Eden gentleman, that his city had been built.
You hear the adjudicator speak up. Business with Orim? What manner of business with the city been built? And the mayor speaks up as well. That's strange. Contact with Orim from anyone outside of authority. I'm speaking about the different seats above Paha's. Forbidden Orim is a terrorist at best, even before his incident. Bless you. And he had business with Orim.
Seems like it. Something about the city itself, and no, not that I'd like to hesitate to guess, but that city had also involved the gun that destroyed our mountain. So, not pointing fingers or anything.
You hear Stradivon speak up. The city has been built over 1,000 years, so if there's signs there that some, involvement in building the city is a thing, then that's also strange. That's old. And that book journal that you have there looks very old. We don't have enough information, Stradivon says. You, a fairy lady, what else have you found?
Fairy lady?
Well, nothing good. Attempt to create the ultimate dragon. And she lays down this scroll with the pieces of dragons sewn together, which, frankly, I just wanted to show that one. Because that's wow. And business with Eden. I've got. And she pulls out the schematic, one that's showing the inner layout of Eden and the schematic of the gun. That kind of goes with this. I mean, it's seeming more and more like he was kind of involved with a lot more of Eden than might have thought.
You hear the mayor speak up. Not a lot, you said. You said you didn't find a lot. You found a lot. What are you speaking of? This is incriminating information that Ulick was involved with Eden for a long time, we see. Under our noses here, he had his laboratory here, assisting in some manner. And then Wargreaves speaks up. Julix probably did kill himself. He found no other way to get away with this. We would have found out eventually, probably. And then Stradivan. Well, I think, if I could say, Ulick, I think we can all agree that he was involved with something. The creation of Eden and other things here, as I can see from these scrolls, in some pretty bad stuff, treacherous, traitorous, or any other word that sounds like that. And either he killed himself, or
someone killed him to cover up that he was involved.
Or he knew too much.
Or knew too much.
I knew too much.
Someone from Eden seems like a very likely case. Talked
Is
about
there-
Dr. Wiley, you mentioned.
Yeah?
Might have been. Maybe. Whatever the hell this is.
And Dalia's also gonna hold out the scrap of fabric. Not fabric, the scroll. Like the corner or whatever. The most magic that I found was concentrated around whatever the hell this used to say. So, I don't think that the guy would tear out his own piece. How the hell would this help anything? He steals his own thing. He breaks into his own lab, steals something, tears apart his own writings and books, and then stabs himself in the bedroom? He could have done that a lot smarter. Like,
You hear Bendel speak up for a second. And also to be fair, the only people that would be able to get down here or know of his existence would be someone who already knew this place existed to begin with.
He had someone who he worked close with, perhaps in helping with the schematics or something else about it. They might have sent someone to take back what they needed and kill him and
Remove a loose end.
the person who was sent to retrieve the blade from Eden. Who was that? And Dalia specifically is looking at the butler.
I believe he had a few lists here of people who he's dealt with. It was at his desk.
Agatha, what did you find?
I found a list of the attendees that were supposed to be here. Yeah, if you want to read.
Can I do an insight check?
Go for it.
Oh, 19.
19 is pretty good. Her demeanor's changed a lot. You're getting a strange feeling from Agatha.
She's hiding something.
She was really big on wanting to search that desk. and I should have picked it up then, but I didn't because I wasn't thinking about it.
She hands the letter of attendees to you, Owen.
All right. What do we see?
You get a list of attendees plan to join. At the bottom, the initial thing that looks like it's the most recent thing done is changed to a smaller list of individuals. My news for today or tonight is of importance. I must break it to close friends or people who I think should know. And above that are the attendees. There is Agathar, number 1 on the top of the list. You don't see Bendel or the chef, probably because they work here, so they're not coming from anywhere. You see Mayor Montgomery, Lady Gwendolyn, Stradivon. And Stradivon's a little strange. His name seems to have been put in, the ink is a little darker. His name seems to have been put in as a more recent addition. And Judicar Wargreaves, as well as your 3 names.
And that's all you found in there?
That's all the names.
So
I'm, like,
everyone was
staring at
accounted
Agatha.
for.
You read out the names?
Yeah, he would have. Pretty sure everyone was accounted for.
Montgomery speaks up. Not everyone's on that list.
What about the
The Dragonborn guy, right?
That's Judicar Wargreaves. He was on that list.
Megastar, Montgomery, Gwendolyn. Was Strathmore on
Yeah. He was the one that was the most recent addition to the list.
there? Dalia, Bendel. Is Vivienne on there? Or does she count as...
You don't see a name Vivian on there.
Vivian.
Is Vivienne here? If I look around, is she in the room with us?
You see, standing a bit further away from you, Vivian. You all turn, and a single firearm is pointed.
Oh no.
Vivian's face almost seems like it's being pulled off by one hand as the strange amalgamation of flesh forms into a white mask.
It. This means nothing to us, but it means stuff to us.
An individual with shorter hair. The size and shape of Vivian changes. And you hear gunfire, but not from Vivian. Mayor Montgomery hits the ground as a gun shoots from behind you, and Agathar holds her weapon out as well.
Oh, 2 people.
Oh no. Oh no.
Can I... This is so stupid. Who shot, I guess, Agatha, I suppose.
Agathar seems to have shot Mayor Montgomery, and
Can
Vivian
I...
immediately fires her weapon and shoots towards the Judicar Wargreaves. It hits him, and he hits the ground, but you hear a cling as the bullet hits.
Net is placing herself in front of both Abby and Vel's characters, acting as a very large body shield.
Okay.
Can I cast on... Because This is so stupid. If I take just a very battlefield 6-second, if we were in initiative glance, to me, who seems the most confident in what it is that they're doing? Like, who's like, who's the weaker target, essentially?
The weaker target. So they both seem somewhat confident in what they're doing, but the individual you call Vivian, they don't see any hesitation or doubt or anything. There's almost a hint of I guess glee to them, a smirk. If anything, Agathar is almost like what you would expect someone in this high moment of situation. With the you can see the rush on their face, the adrenaline.
And they have a gun. Both of
They
them.
both have a firearm, yeah.
Okay.
And Agathar kind of begins to run forward.
I will on Agatha, because they seem a bit more frazzled, and I will cast command on them. Do I do command or do I do suggestion? What seems the better option? Ugh.
I would say command.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna do command. Yeah, I'll cast command, and I would say it is a one-word, I believe, a one-word command. And I will yell, freeze.
Okay, and that is a wisdom saving throw.
Target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. Yes.
Okay.
We're not very high leveled, so my spell save's not that great.
What's the spell save?
15.
15. That's a 14. You
So
see,
yeah.
yeah, Agathar stop.
And
Vivian kind of rolls her eyes and she begins to turn and run up the stairs.
Son of a bitch. I'm of course it's stairs. Net is going to begin to oh wait.
I got this.
Oh god, I
Don't
don't
worry.
have spells for this.
Who else is stood up in this room right now? We've still got the Judicator's down. The Montgomery's dead, probably.
Or gravely injured, at least.
Can I look at Stratavan, who is a tree man?
Yeah. Stratavan's kind of like leaned back and he's looking around. And
Mildly uninterested.
He seemed surprised, and then he was just like, he's just nodding. He's like, oh, well.
That's keep a hold on her. Please.
Of course. She won't be able to leave, even if she wanted to.
That's mildly ominous. And I'll start booking it after, if I can. If Net is able to make it up the stairs, if didn't have much issue coming down, can I try and get on Net's back so Net can follow?
Yeah. On a single fluid motion, you both begin to give chase up the stairs. While it didn't give you much of a hesitation to walk down the stairs. Running up is a bit more tricky. So you begin to make chase. Are you all three of you together?
Yeah.
Or did
Dalia would
Vel stay downstairs?
Nah, Dalia would follow. Complaining,
Okay.
but she'd follow.
We do that cool thing where I grab her hand and we pull up onto the back of
Dalia's
oh yeah, you have wings! I forgot.
Puddle is coming with too.
Of course. Could I argue an athletics check to gain up the stairs like much more fluidly than
Sure thing. Go for it. Pretty good. Yeah, you begin to run and give chase fluidly. You're able to take those steps in order to not get
Why do I
hindered.
left guidance on? Damn it.
It's all right. The 20 itself is,
Yeah.
it's good enough. And you reach the top. At the top, it's this long hallway from your right to your left. And you look at both directions, both of you, or all three of you, being able to set eyes in multiple different locations. And at the very end, you see Vivian there next to a window as she fires in your direction. I need you all to make a dexterity saving throw.
Eepers.
Can I cast shield as a reaction
I do
instead?
I do have an AC of 18 if that matters.
This is a dexterity saving throw.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh.
Is it against the fact that we're being shot at, or
It's the surprise, it's the shots, and you don't know what kind of gun this person has. Especially you,
It's who
your
gets shot.
characters may not know who this person is, but you guys know who this person is.
I'm just
Yeah, we do.
I was more so just asking like initially I was more so asking for like the purpose like if it was just for the fact of being shot at by a gun, for the possibility of like Net acting as like half or full cover for Abby's character, but then I did just remember that we did just emerge from a stairwell, which means that we
It's
are
surprise.
and we are perpendicular to the shooter.
Yep.
So
That would be true as well.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Okay. Wow.
Would Dalia be able to have shield as it's a reaction?
And what does shield do?
Grants extra AC.
Yeah, it's hold on. Invisible barrier of magical force. Appears and protects.
Okay. And Grant, tell you what, I'll tell you exactly what happens right now. The bullet is fired. A crimson light ignites as the bullet rapidly goes forward. Owen, you don't get hit. You're at the back technically, or you're just at least at about, I believe, Morrigan's same location. As you're slightly in front, Vel, you put that force field up, and it shatters it, but the shock of the shatter throws you back out of the range of the bullet. The bullet skips you. It skips Owen, and it hit Morrigan straight onto her chest region as she falls onto the ground.
Eepers. Get down, Mr. President.
And with that, the panic of the situation, your compatriot who's been shot, you see Vivian jump back onto the glass of the window and shatter out. What do you do? Do you give chase, or are you going to?
I am a horse. I'm not jumping out the window.
Do we take any damage?
You are.
I presumably do.
You're in critical state right now.
Like I'm knocked out, or
you are at death saving throw. The amount of damage this individual can do with this weapon should have outright killed you, but I'm not gonna allow that to happen. You're in death saving throw range.
Yeah, Net is a horse.
I'll spare the dying myself.
And she has devoted herself to protecting the person who just got fucking shot. So medical attention.
Morrigan has essentially most of her shoulder blown out. The impact of that bullet clearly indicates that it was not a regular projectile fired from a gun, and enough to give an impact that Morrigan is at a critical state currently. You hear footsteps coming from the stairs behind you.
would it be too much of a stretch for Net to have at least some healing potions on her? Like
No, I
less.
wouldn't. I wouldn't say it would, but let's see what I tell you next. Go for it, Owen.
Just spits the blood out.
You have healing potions.
All right, I'm just gonna like just a lesser healing potion.
Yeah. You give the lesser healing potion. Try to feed it to Morrigan, and you see Morrigan cough out this blackish ichor, and you don't see this healing affecting Morrigan.
Ooh. Ooh.
No, no, not. You are not going to
Alright.
die.
The
Not on my watch.
the visuals you're being given are not too unsimilar to Ulrich. This blackish ichor mixed into the blood. As you hear a familiar voice coming from the stairway saying, I did say, by the way, Agatha is at the hands of the Judica. He seemed to have only been knocked out. I did say that the warp does absolutely atrocious things when it comes to attempting to help. The footsteps get louder, and Stradivant, who you assume would appear, you hear Stradivant's voice.
Let
Before
me guess, it's
you,
happy.
you see a bluish man with a singular horn.
Of course.
Net is just not even going to turn around, is just gonna yell over her shoulder, shut your trap, you poor excuse for a twig.
Oh, calm yourself, horse lady. If you want any out of this for your friend, there's no means of magic that you're capable of doing, or alchemy to assist her. But I can. I need. You're an individual of oath.
What do you
Right.
need?
I need you to keep a bargain's end, a promise.
What's bargain?
When I require your assistance, I will call for you, and if you break the bargain's end,
All right, I'll do it. You have my
all
word.
right. Fair enough. That was quick. I'm like an individual who knows what they want to do. You see this Stradivant grab onto the wound-like area. Give me a second here. And he pulls out this clay-like material, and he starts like mashing it in his hand. He initially makes what looks like to be a small boat. He goes, no, that's not it. He mashes it more. All right, I'll figure it out. Give me a second. I know how to do it. It just takes me some time.
Happy.
He makes what looks like to be an intricate, like, cathedral. How did I even do that? Wait a second. And he mashes it up again. Oh wait, that's right. I have to put it on her shoulder and then just shape her shoulder out of it. That's right. And he kind of slaps it onto the wound and begins to shape it. And as it does, you see the black ichor kind of emanate from the wound, almost like a venom being pulled out. And that clay-like material that perfectly shapes the shoulder that was there before turns into flesh. And he grabs the ichor with his hand and pulls it. This stuff is an atrocity mixed into my chaos. All right. Well, you will hear of me.
In what way?
Oh, you'll know. you'll know. Here's my card, and he goes and he goes into his pocket and tries to pull out. Oh wait, I don't have any cards. Here's a rock, and he gives you a normal looking rock.
Nice.
Just be careful. It blows up if you want it to blow up. So don't want it to blow up.
Now I kind of want it to blow up. See if it does.
I gave it to this one person. They threw it and it blew up. And
Spit from a distance is like, is someone talking about me?
It spits
Oh, it didn't.
like, outside. It just throws their hand up.
It didn't blow up. That's right. It was supposed to blow up.
Oh, it failed.
No, that's neither here nor there. Good luck with your singular culprit, and I hope you find the information necessary from her. Besides that, toodaloo, I'm out. And you see this Stradavan walk backwards and almost look. You see him look normal, and he steps sideways, and he goes from being 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional.
What a lad.
I love
And he's
it.
gone.
Is Morgan stable now or still rolling? We're just able to hear.
You see breathing. No consciousness yet. And there, this scene, the both of you holding Morgan conscious, or breathing and stable but not conscious. In the middle of the night, with the moonlight setting in from the broken glass of the window. And that's where we're going to end the one shot.
God.
Can I say one thing that Dalia does
For sure.
before, as we're fading out? Dalia casts, because she has no other way of helping her technically employer and friend. She casts. Okay, it's Wither and Bloom, and it's people you choose. She's just not choosing anyone to deal the necrotic to.
Mm-hmm.
But one creature of your choice in that area can spend and roll one of its unspent hit dice and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll, plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
You
Okay.
can spend one hit die.
It's not
7.
7. Spellcasting ability modifier. What would that... Where would I find that?
Spells top. Or
What would it
It
be?
should
No,
be
it's not.
intelligence is your mod,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, it'd be +4 since your ability
Okay.
since that's your ability modifier.
Gotcha. Spellcasting
Oh.
ability. Yeah, so 7 plus 4.
Sitting at a healthy 11 hit points now.
And with that, as you do the Wither and Bloom, the scene ends with Morgan's eyes opening and a breath inhaled.
Well, lad.
Please don't tell my imaginary father that I definitely have. Please don't tell my father that I almost just died.
I am legally obligated to tell him everything, unfortunately.
Thanks.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, good news. Dahlia is the one in possession of the blade now.
The shard.
Well,
The
yeah.
shard.
Uddles is.
The shard. Puddles has it, and which means Dahlia has it, because Puddles isn't giving that to anyone but Dahlia.
Oh my god.
So by circumstance of that, it's technically in the hands of a small Paha government, or like what, like the
Yeah.
like
The Throne of the Gods. I think that was the subtitle it had. Inlia.
There's
Like court mage
Yeah,
has a
yeah,
really, really important artifact.
yeah,
yeah, Inlia, the throne of the gods.
the
I mean,
novice researcher has this really powerful blade now, just kind of laying about.
I mean, they do have the life tree, so like,
No, it's
That's why I
fine.
picked it. I like the idea that we had a big ass tree near us.
also I'm curious on on both the logistics of that shot that was sent by Eden, because I was expecting the mountain range that lost one of its tops was the mountain like bordering the desert, but like,
That got
Huh?
hit and obliterated. The laser kept going after that.
Just
oh,
through.
piercing
Yeah.
effect. I see.
Yeah, it hit the other mountain in Inlia, and then it kept going past that. Who knows what else it hit? But yeah,
So that brings my second question of the curvature of this world.
The world's flat.
Is
World is flat.
well, all that stuff was close enough for it to just go straight in a line. You
Yeah.
know, eventually it's gonna leave the atmosphere, but
all right then, good enough for me.
Yeah,
there will
'cause
be no flood.
Damn.
the world's flat. Spitz is a flat
Technically, the
earther.
realms are flat, though. But yeah, some of the realms are flat.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that.
Spitz is a flat earther.
I love it. It feels so real too. Spitz can like
Guys.
fly and isn't literally part of the sky sometimes.
Honestly, like my favorite like fantasy flat Earth thing is the Lord of the Rings one the where the elves are the best spotters simply because they do not see the curvature of the Earth. Like they just don't straight up don't fucking see it. Because it was like linked to some magic bullshit like a few thousand years ago or whatever,
That's really funny.
and they're exempt for it for some fucking reason. So now they're just the best spotters you could have because they can see past the fucking curve.
That's so good.
This
I
was
love that.
No, you go.
I was gonna say I love that Happy was like, I made a deal with some other person and it didn't work, but like it might work this time. Like in the space of a week, maybe he like made 2 deals just off the cuff because he can. It probably invited himself to this party. I'm like entirely convinced he either wrote his own name down or he like mind bended someone to write his name down.
Absolutely.
I would not be surprised.
He wrote his own name down.
Nice.
He's like,
Not
I'm coming. I want to come to this really exclusive party.
The way I should have explained it a little better, but the way it was supposed to be explained is that it was like it was well, I said it was the most recent thing that was written on there.
Mm.
And the way it was written wasn't it was like well it would have needed
different handwriting.
yeah, it was similar enough. Happy knows how to copy handwritings, but there's just a little bit off of his handwriting. Always has a little whimsicalness to it, so and he can never, even if he's trying to copy someone else's handwriting, he can never stop himself from doing that.
He does a bit of calligraphy and he's like,
Yeah.
shit.
He instinct like muscle memory adds the heart over the eyes.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yes.
stuff like that.
Oh my god.
I love it.
I loved his reaction to Net just fucking just immediately agreeing.
Because he's used to interacting with people like Kaleidoscope who are like dragging their heels and being like, I don't really know if that's a good idea. And he's like, for
Or
God's sake.
You know, other people who have their own lives to worry about.
This takes place 1 week after the incident at Eden. This is the closest. This is the most recent one shot you've had, and I specifically chose this one shot to be like literally at the same time as what's going on with you guys. And with that, I need your information for these characters because undoubtedly this group is going to be involved in the campaign somehow, because they have a deal with Happy.
Net has to deal with Happy.
Net, this is your fault.
But
Yeah, but Dalia
tomatoes,
ignored
tomatoes with Happy, you know.
Happy's like, well, you were all there.
it. You all agreed. One of you might have been dying, but you didn't say no. So
You didn't.
You know what? I feel the most likely thing I feel like to happen is Net says, "I have some business to attend to. I will be gone for a month," and then the other two just fucking just hop ship.
More like more like Net will say that she has business that she has to attend to. Morgan will say, "Well, I'm gonna come with. I need to stay with my guard." And then go and drag Dahlia out of her tower to come with.
Dalia comes everywhere with us. Come on, Dalia.
Dahlia doesn't want
Abby.
to go anywhere, but she's being dragged places.
Abby, you don't have an exact. Do you know who the father is for your character, or did you leave that loose?
I didn't, because I said when we were making these characters up together, I said I didn't know if you already had an idea of who you wanted to be the royal family of that area or anything. So I just was like, I can insert myself in that. But if you don't have an idea, I'm more than happy to make something up.
That fits perfectly. You're fine.
Okay, cool. So I was like, that makes it easy. I'll just like, they have a daughter now.
I assume for now, leave our characters at level 5.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna be level 5. There's not gonna be a time skip. Well, it depends on when you meet them. They might gather a few levels, but they're not gonna be that much higher.
We're not gonna encounter like level 17s.
No, you're not gonna encounter the first group you guys made for the first one shot.
Oh my god.
Fun. That was well cool. I love like it's so interesting when you witness something that like as yourself and as like Kaleidoscope, but these guys have absolutely no idea. So like the rod, the like gap for the orb that we're kind of thinking is the teleportation orb, and then it's like
that's just a constant theme.
Yeah.
Like us as the viewers know what's going on, but the characters do not know jack shit.
Like I heard Dr. Wiley's name and I was like, oh, that son of a bitch. It's like we need to do something about him. Kaleidoscope need to do something about him.
I think out of all the one shots, and it's not very overt. It's not like the way I do it with the other one shots, because I gave you lore and a lot of I've given you lore in I think every one shot so far. This has the most relevant, and this has a lot of nods to things, lore for stuff, or essentially foreshadowing for stuff in all this. Even the little things like I think the biggest foreshadow. I'll just give you all right that it's the biggest because I don't think you'll figure out why. But the biggest foreshadowing of all was the Book of Metamorphosis.
The freaking missing butterfly. It's definitely important.
I was thinking of like Rend. Like when that was mentioned.
The dragon thingy mabobber.
Yeah, both the metamorphosis and the dragon thing.
I'll tell you what. Rend is not it, but Rend is supposed to be a parallel.
They're trying.
It was
the creature they made in that's in the Feywild that
yeah.
Uncle
I'm just
Alma-
trying to find my note on it.
Uncle Alma, we made it in the Blight area. Had it. The dragon thing.
He called it an equal dragon device, is what he called it. So they call it here.
Yeah, and the official schematic said equal dragon weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Signed
An
by
abomination to draconic kind is what Saf called it.
I was about to say something, but it makes sense that dragons are important in Dungeons and Dragons.
What do you mean?
It's almost like that's the name of the fucking game.
Damn.
I didn't really get to mention it very much, but the entire time, like, throughout this time, Dalia was just taking notes on everything in her book. Like, Morgan's lying there and Happy's telling them about how, like, he can, and, like, he's messing with the clay. And Dalia's sitting there scribbling in her notebook, like, watching, taking notes.
Like, this man who was a tree earlier.
Yeah.
This man who runs on fucking cartoon logic.
Also, turned in from 3D to 2D and disappeared.
Like I said, cartoon logic.
She was focusing, I
This
think,
man is
a bit more on the warp magic and the notes and how they can be fixed and how this guy is able to do it and stuff. But yeah, some notes about his weirdness.
If it ever happens again, we're all just like, Happy, come do the clay arm thing.
Come do the clay thing.
He's like, that's not how it works. You can't just summon me by telling me to do the clay thing.
I'll do another favor for you.
How many favors do you want? I wonder what the favor's gonna be. Happy doesn't seem like the kind of person who calls in favors just for the, the fun of it. It feels like
Yeah, for the sake of it,
he definitely pulls them in when he needs them.
It's almost like that's the point of a favor.
No, but like, it's like something serious that I feel like he would call you for. Does Space have a favor for the thing? She does, doesn't it? Does she?
Smith did already completed the favor.
Oh,
favor
right.
was to
Oh, yeah,
hold-
you had to.
Yeah, to hold the orb
Yeah.
like on her while she went into the basement. That was
Yes.
Yeah,
Smith's
the
favor.
little rock thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, in retrospect, I really should not be surprised that the special guest was the murderer.
You know,
Or like,
Yeah, no.
She wasn't planned to be. I didn't tell her she was.
that's really funny.
yeah,
Like-
fair enough.
The real Vivienne's just like, hold on. I feel like I've been used in a murder right now.
The real,
Framed for a murder.
The real
She
Vivian
kind of
was in the
was.
bathroom.
Yeah.
The real Vivian, the camera just cuts over, and it's just like, it's Vivian in the Family Guy death pose with like a fucking like rolling pin, and she was like on the floor next to her. She was knocked unconscious in the bakery. Like,
It could be. There is. I mean, from
Is there-
what you've been told, or well, I don't know if you've been told that.
Impulse needs to stop taking
Impulse-
people's.
Impulse has threatened. Yeah, Impulse has threatened. The way Impulse threatened, Castilla, about being able to be anyone
Hmm.
and anything, and she would not know the wiser. It's some of these people, especially the primals, it's the way they say things that can give you clues to other things. She doesn't say she can be anything, or like she says she can be anyone. So you can imply that if she takes over someone's form, it has to be someone that exists.
Mm.
So that all leads up to the fact that there probably is a Vivian somewhere. That's just the baker, or there is a Vivian in the city. Maybe she did kill Vivian or something, But
Aine just saw her in like a store window. Impulse just saw her in like a store window when she was at her bakery and was like, "That's the face I'm gonna steal."
yeah,
Vivian gets some very concerning letters.
it also shows you how threatening Impulse's ability to mimic people is, because Impulse doesn't just mimic their faces. Impulse mimics their size, their antics, their even up to their ether. Like, it's almost nigh impossible to know when it's Impulse, other than specific things that I will not let you know. But
I just thought of the stupidest fucking thing. Like, I mean, one way to know is, it's like that one one guard tells the truth, one guard always lies riddle. Just fucking kill one of the guards and ask if they're dead. Like,
Oh my god.
yeah, like.
well, to be fair,
Solution: murder hobo.
Impulse is less likely to die from a shot or something than the other individual.
Exactly. So that way we'll know if they're. That way they'll know if they're impulse. Then very quickly it won't be our problem.
We know Impulse can take damage. We just know she can't. We don't know if she can die.
That's why I say it won't be our problem anymore. Because we'll be fucking dead.
Until she shoots me with a gun and kills me.
That could obliterate half your torso.
Yeah, that literally ripped my shoulder off and probably the entire like top part of my like shoulder blade and arm just gone.
Yeah, you had the whole upper half of your shoulder gone.
Happy's like, let me get
So-
the Play-Doh out. I can fix that.
Oh,
Happy's abilities have no rhyme and reason, by the way. I mean, I'm
I
sure you've
love him.
catched on to that, but
yeah.
Yeah, cartoon logic.
Happy can quite literally just be like, "All right, I healed your thing," and he just decides to make a show out of it all the time.
I love that.
Here,
He is
have-
such a joy.
just here, eat this orange.
Yeah,
How is that relevant? Eat the orange.
Just eat it. It's important.
pretty much, because the Play-Doh was just Play-Doh.
That's
It
so
was
I
funny.
love
just
him.
play. But the fact that he just made it act like a detailed cathedral,
It's amazing.
just the most random bullshit. It is
Like,
terrified and glorious.
I imagine it's like The Sims. Like, you know how in The Sims they have the ball of clay and they can just kind of mold it for a moment and then it becomes like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Eiffel Tower suddenly. I imagine it's like
Yeah.
that, where he's just kind of rolling around his hands and then he pulls them apart. Oh, I made a cathedral, huh?
Can't do that at all.
I made an accurate bust of Barack Obama. Damn it.
Not again.
What was I doing again? Oh yeah, your arms. Sorry,
Sorry, I got distracted. I was playing tic tac toe, and you look down. It's like it's a fucking tic tac, like a 9x9 thing of tic tac toe.
He's amazing. It's why, like, as a person, I love him, and it's a real shame to me that Cersei doesn't like him because I feel like she would really like him.
He is such a bastard, and I want to punch him.
He's just great.
Spiff loves him.
Just does.
Not
Spiff thinks
surprised.
he's great.
I'm surprised Fist doesn't feel any kind of way from the trying to use the stone to save them, and then him coming way later.
Oh yeah, his useless stone.
Well, actually,
That-
she doesn't. I don't think she knows about that.
Oh, maybe.
She was
Maybe you
unconscious.
were unconscious.
Yeah,
that is
you
true.
don't know that he
don't
didn't
know
show
about
up.
that. Yeah.
She has.
But I
no
guess to be
idea.
fair,
way.
And like I
Either
said,
way, like like I feel like Spiss would ignore that and blame herself anyways.
Yeah, from Spiss's point of
Honestly.
view, she threw down the orb. It didn't work or do anything. The knife blew up. She was unconscious, and then she woke up. Nobody, and two people were
yeah,
dead.
that's true. Yeah, that's
Mm.
true.
And she only.
And like
And
I
the
said,
team.
that's just a rock. It was just Happy doesn't need things to do stuff. Happy definitely waited till when he wanted to show up, and he showed up. He waited for all that to happen because that's what he wanted to happen.
That's so funny.
Because he's a little shit. He's a raccoon.
Spiss's opinion might change on him if she knew that he showed up way later, and if she knew that the rock wasn't actually going to do anything. But as of right now, she only just recently found out that she didn't cause. She was only just recently assured she didn't cause death.
Yeah, and to be fair, no one can tell Spiss either because none of the party knew about the rock anyways. They would have no reason to correlate that
Yeah.
to Happy. So it would have to be that Spiss would have to figure it out somehow.
Spiss is not gonna figure that out. That's a mystery for the ages for her.
Happy just turns up and goes, "Sorry, I was late that one time."
It'll probably happen again. I'm not reliable.
It's
All
Don't
right.
rely on me in any situation.
Well, that's the end of the one shot. Hope you guys enjoyed.
That was very good.
It was
I had
a
so much
hell of a
fun.
time.
Yeah,
I was so excited when I found out we were playing Cluedo.
that was so good. Real quick before you take off, Jesse.
Mhm.
What
Mhm.
with the scrolls with all the schematics and stuff? Would Dahlia have been able to like copy them or like roughly sketch them into her spell book?
It's how skilled do you think Dalia is in doing that? If you believe Dalia could, then Dalia could. As specifically a rough sketch is enough. There's also a chance Dalia could have just taken some of them with her. So
I imagine she's still holding the dragon agglamation one and the map of Eden and the corner of the third one,
Mhm.
because that's the ones that she chose to bring over and carry around. So she'd have, I guess she'd have stolen those two if nobody takes them from her. But yeah, sure, her expertise is in reading and copying, is in studying the arcane and reading and copying books and stuff. So I think she would be able to make sketches of the scrolls.
Yeah, that's fine by me. A lot of reveals there, you know, stuff that your characters aren't going to know, unfortunately, but stuff that kind of I hope starts to make things link up a little better. You know, um, I don't know how far you've thought of it, but the fact that someone in the Azure Sanctum was involved with Eden, um,
This
the
high
fact
wizard.
that
Mm.
the fact that this person would also know Guk because Guk was the leader of the Azure Sanctum. The fact that um, this experimentation of artificial life that was able to make um, you know uh, Orim his new body, um, and the same experimentations being done to the sequel dragon weapon. Uh, there's a lot there. There's there's hints of things everywhere. The fact that there was a book about the Fae and the desert are those were all locations where the energy was being sucked. A scouting of the locations where the energy was being sucked out, as well as the Fae one can be involved with why the equal dragon weapon currently is still there. There just all the stuff, especially at that moment, um, as well as things involving the death of Ulrich and just the shard. Which, remember, the knife was stolen. It was blown up into a bunch of bits. That shard was a perfect size of one of the halves, which means it may not necessarily have been from the actual weapon itself. It may have been the missing half of the weapon.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's a lot in there that you can dissect if you wanted. And, all that will eventually come to light for your actual characters. But yeah, good session. We'll see you guys next Friday. Everyone will be here. We'll start off from the actual, the main campaign, and we'll start off in the main campaign and take it from there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the session, Jesse. It was very good.
Thank you.
That was a
Jesse.
very nice session.
Of course.
See you next week.
See
you next
ya.
week.
Bye.